Zyle to keep him more uncomfortable. Oh, look at that. Nowhere there to have that cut. Down on his knees. Seeing Van Zyl like that, he just mixed up his line and length through that good line channel. And that's a beautiful cover up.
Well, there's an interesting fact of Rizan, if I say, Prantor. If you look, he's picking the fuller and good length. He's trying to pitch the ball with his up-seam deliveries.
And suddenly a back of length.
Exactly, and he's trying to go for the in-swinging and out-swinging. And he's having a bit of lead swing from the pitch. So that's why Jonathan Van Zyl is struggling. He's not being able to get settled down and thinking whether I should go for the drive or the cuts. This time it's a leg stump delivery. He just somehow manages to make it through the pads. It's a leg by. But he is struggling, and I should say that's a brilliant bowling channel pick from Rizan Hossain. And look at his bowling cut. It's just brilliant. 4.4 overs has been bowled. 6 runs, only 6 runs has been considered by him, and 2 crucial wickets has been taken. So he is eyeing for more wickets. He is eyeing for more dot balls.
No slip there for Tiger. What a delivery again. It's just with a sign of a breathe for David Tiger. What a bowling again. Back of the delivery, just coming back in. Checked back into Tiger. Just checked his defense and went past on to the keeper with no damage harm. With no damage done from him. But the crowd is definitely has been damaging so far by the clouds and by the sheer sunlight here at Rajshahi, because the heat is severe. Stay safe, spectators, you'll be needed. A driving slaughter delivery, a bit slower, to the fuller length, driven just firmly for a dot. 10 gone, 31 for 2. The first power play definitely belongs to Bangladesh under 19 with those 2 wickets and not that much, 30 odd runs on the board for South Africa.
So end of the power play. 10 overs has been played so far in this innings. 31 runs has been conceded by Bangladesh, but 2 crucial wickets has also been taken. So this is very interesting. The series decider game today we are having from live Shohid Kamaruzzaman Stadium, Rajshahi, and Bangladesh are eyeing for winning this game as well as they are eyeing to win this series. 31 runs has been able to done by South African under 19 team. Jonathan Van Zyl faced 15 deliveries yet failed to score a single run. And David Tiger, he has faced 19 deliveries and scored 13 runs. Rizwan, the new bowler, has been introduced from the Bangladeshi side. He will continue, and Jonathan Van Zyl will be on strike. This time, outside off stump, he tries to cut it, but there's a fielder there, so no run will be taken from this side. Another dot ball. And Rizwan, he will be definitely eyeing to get another wicket and put Bangladesh ahead in this game. This time drives well. Jonathan, the fielder misses it. But there is another protection in the deep backward point. So the run scores open for Jonathan Van Zyl, and he moves on to the single. And South Africa moves on to 32 after this run. And the current run rate is 3.10. They need to take this run rate to 5 at least, so that they can stay in the game and give a good fighting total to the Bangladeshis. Drives well. The fielder tries to grab it, but the timing is perfect. Will it go all the way for boundary? It will not. Rabbi will be able to gather it. and 2 runs has easily been taken from the South Africans. Well, it's another interesting field setup from the Bangladeshi side, if we say. It's a deep backward point, and square leg fielder is also in the deeper position, as well as the fine leg is in the deep, and the third man is also in the deep. So definitely there will be a surprising bouncer from the Rizwan, you never know. Another dot ball. It's 34 for 2 so far. South Africa and Bangladesh are doing fantastically well in order to capture the South African side as low as they can. As low as they can keep the scorecard. It's just going to be easy for them. Well, it's a thicker part of the edge, but there's another fielder in the third man region, so a single will be taken easily. As I was saying, it's a brilliant start for the Bangladeshi side. We have seen some brilliant stomping, wicket keeping, as well as a brilliant bowling display from the Rizwan in the power play overs. Last delivery was going to be bowled from Rizwan in this over. So far 4 runs has been considered by him. He will love to finish it with a dot ball. He tries to pull. It wasn't proper timing. So a dot ball to finish up the over after 11 overs, 35 for 2 South Africa. Eleven overs has been played, 35 for 2 South Africa. Well, the top run scorer of this innings is David Tigger. He's on the crease right now, along with Mahfuzur Rabbi from the Bangladeshi side and Luan D. Pretorius. They are the top 3 run scorers in this 4 innings. The average has been fantastic from the Bangladeshis. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, the skipper of the Bangladesh team, 45.33 in the 4 innings. And David Tigger, he's on top with an average of 35. He is going to face Rizwan Hussain. He is continuing from his end. 22 balls has been faced so far from David Tigger, and 16 runs has been able to achieve. Another dot ball. So the South Africans are trying to re-establish themselves. And if we talk about the top wicket takers, it's Mohammad Rafiuzzahman Rafi. In the 4 innings, he has a very good average of 9.83, following Liam Adler, the South African side, and Kiwan Mapaka following that. Outside off stump, incoming delivery, fuller length, and it's a solid defense from David Tigger. Well, we were talking about Rafi, about his last match. He was the man of the match. So he has done some brilliant bowling display for the Bangladeshi side. Definitely, the Bangladesh team will be looking forward to have another brilliant bowling display from him. And the South Africans will also definitely face him very cautiously. The partnership moves on to the 17 runs from 34 balls. This time a soft push towards to the third man, and an easy single will be taken. So the South Africans are slowly trying to get into this match. Their power play hasn't been that good, but still they are fighting, and it's a very early, but the middle overs is going to be very crucial for them. If they can rotate the strike, if they can manage to have a couple of singles and doubles in the overs, then they will be again get back into the game. Jonathan Van Zyl will face Rizan Hossain. He just tries to cut it, but the fielder was pretty ready. So no run will be taken from this delivery. We're seeing the match referee, Raqibul Hassan, the ex-cricketer of our national team. And the South African side, they are also eager to win this series. It's a brilliant and a crunch situation right now in this ground. Anyone's game that can be, and the series is level, so both teams will fight for the last. Another soft hand push, another dot ball. Rizan Hossain, he is just having his time. He is just enjoying this game with a brilliant piece of bowling display. He's picking up the right channels and right lengths and trying to deceive the batter as much as he can. And so far, he has been able to successful. He's going with his last delivery of this over. This time around the wicket, but down the leg. The umpire will definitely signal it for wide, and it is. So an extra will be conceded from Rizan. He's trying to create an angle for the left-handed batter as Jonathan is struggling. So an angle, creating an angle and trying to get that wicket will definitely help him. But again, he's coming around the wicket. He will go for his natural angle this time. And a dot ball to finish up the over, and a single has been taken instead of that. So 37 for 2, 38 for 2 after 12 overs, South Africa.
দর্শকদের উপস্থিতি লক্ষ্য করা যাচ্ছে খুব ভালো মতো এই রাজশাহী ডিভিশনাল স্টেডিয়ামে, শহীদ কামরুজ্জামান স্টেডিয়াম। রৌদ্রোজ্জ্বল দিন, অবশ্য খানিকটা ঝিরিঝিরি বৃষ্টি ছিল। সো ডেফিনেটলি একটা পারফেক্ট কন্ডিশন যে কোনো ক্রিকেট ম্যাচের জন্য। এরকম পারফেক্ট একটা সেট আপে আজ মুখোমুখি হচ্ছে দক্ষিণ আফ্রিকা অনূর্ধ্ব-19 এবং বাংলাদেশ অনূর্ধ্ব-19। 13তম ওভারে খেলা শুরু হয়ে যাবে। রাব্বি প্রথমবারের মতো অ্যাটাকে চলে আসলেন, আরেকজন অর্থোডক্স স্পিনার। বাঁহাতি ব্যাটারদের এগেইনস্টে বেশ সফল তিনি এখন পর্যন্ত। এই টিমটাকে একটু একটু করে বিল্ড আপ করছেন স্টুয়ার্ট ল, অনূর্ধ্ব-19 দলের হেড কোচ। আসছেন রাব্বি। হোয়াট আ ডেলিভারি! প্রথম বলেই একটা বার্তা দিয়েছেন ভ্যান জাইলকে। বল স্কিট করবে, স্কিট করে খুব বেশি টার্ন না হলেও স্পিনে বিট হবেন, সেই লুপে বিট হবেন। সেই ফ্লাইটের ডেলিভারিটাতে কিন্তু মিস করে গেছেন কভার ড্রাইভটা। একটা লোভ দেওয়া হয়েছিল তাকে সেই এক্সট্রা কভার অঞ্চল বরাবর, যেখানে একদম ফাঁকা একটা জায়গা আছে, ভেকেন্ট পজিশন, সেখান দিয়ে খেলার চেষ্টা। এবার রিভার্স সুইপে খেলার চেষ্টা। রিভার্স সুইপটা ঠিকঠাক মতোই করেছেন। বল ছুটছে বাউন্ডারির দিকে। এবার দ্য লাস্ট টাইম একদমই লেস ফ্র্যাকশন অফ দ্য সেকেন্ডে ফিল্ডিংটা করেছেন সেখানে ফিল্ডার। ব্যাকওয়ার্ড পয়েন্ট থেকে দৌড়ে গিয়ে সোজা থার্ড ম্যান অঞ্চলে ডাইভিং এফোর্টে ফিল্ডিং করে 2টো রান নিঃসন্দেহে বাঁচিয়েছেন দলের জন্য। 2 রান দিয়ে জায়গা পরিবর্তন করেছেন কিন্তু জোনাথন ভ্যান জাইল। আবারও রিভার্স সুইপ। ব্যাটে বলে করেছিলেন, কিন্তু ব্যাটে বলে হয়ে 4 হওয়ার আগে ব্যাটে প্যাডে হয়েছিল, যার কারণে রিভার্স সুইপটা থেকে কোনো ফলাফল আসেনি। ডট বল।
ওয়েল প্রান্তর এখানে বিষয় যেটা হচ্ছে জনাথন ভ্যানজাইল তিনি অনেকটা স্ট্রাগল করছিলেন অনেকটা সময় ধরে, যে কারণে তিনি কিন্তু আনঅর্থোডক্স শট খেলা ট্রাই করছেন, বাট এখানেও
একটু অস্থির হয়ে যাচ্ছেন।
এক্স্যাক্টলি এখানেও রাব্বিকে আমি ক্রেডিটটা দিতে চাবো, কারণ তিনি কিন্তু ব্যাটারকে ফলো করছেন এবং ব্যাটারের মেন্টালিটিটা বুঝে তিনি কিন্তু স্লোয়ার ডেলিভারিগুলো করছেন, যে কারণে তিনি কিন্তু খুব একটা রুম পাচ্ছেন না। দুটো রিভার্স সুইপ, ইনফ্যাক্ট 3 নম্বর রিভার্স সুইপও তিনি কিন্তু ট্রাই করেছেন এবং ইন্টেনশনটা রাব্বি আগে থাকতেই কিন্তু বুঝতে পারছেন, যে কারণে যখন বলটা রিলিজ করছেন তখন বলের সিমের ওপরে আঙ্গুলটাকে খানিকটা রোল করে দিচ্ছেন, যে কারণে বলটা যখন পিচ হচ্ছে তখন আরো বেশি স্লো হয়ে যাচ্ছে এবং জনাথন সেখানে আরো বেশি স্ট্রাগল করছেন। বাট we should also focus on David Tigger. He is on 17, only facing 25. That means he is on rhythm and he is doing his job perfectly.
আর একটু স্লো ডেলিভারি দিয়েছেন এবার রাব্বি। ফ্লাইটটা একদমই পারফেক্ট ছিল, অনেকক্ষণ ওয়েট করিয়েছিলেন ডেভিড টিগারকে, অ্যাঙ্গেলটা ক্রিয়েট করেছেন। যদিও টিগার ব্যাকফুট পাঞ্চে বল পাঠিয়ে কাউ কর্নারে একটি রান নিয়ে বেশ স্বাচ্ছন্দ্যেই জায়গাটা পরিবর্তন করেছেন। 13 ওভার শেষে 42 উইকেটে। যারা আমাদের লাইভ টেলিকাস্ট দেখছেন বাংলাদেশ ক্রিকেট বোর্ডের অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে, আমাদের সাথেই থাকবেন। দিস ইজ দ্য ব্যাটিং কার্ড অফ সাউথ আফ্রিকা আন্ডার 19। দুটো গুরুত্বপূর্ণ উইকেট অ্যাট দ্য টপ, প্রিটোরিয়াস এবং থিভা গাজিডি খুব অল্পতেই কিন্তু আউট হয়ে গেছেন। 9 বলে 8 করেছেন প্রিটোরিয়াস, গাজিডি করেছেন 17 বল থেকে 5 রান। ডেভিড টিগার এবং জোনাথন ভ্যানজাইল দুজনে কিন্তু একটা পার্টনারশিপ গ্রো করার চেষ্টা করছেন, কিন্তু স্পিনারদের অ্যাগেনস্টে কতক্ষণ টিকতে পারেন এই টিকে থাকার লড়াইয়ে, সেটাই কিন্তু এই ম্যাচের একটা চুম্বক অংশ হয়ে থাকবে এবং লেটার পার্টের জন্য একটা বার্তা হয়ে থাকবে যে কত রান আফ্রিকা করতে পারে। আমরা জুয়ান জেমসকে আজকে টসে জিজ্ঞেস করছিলাম যে কত চান, তিনি বলেছিলেন অ্যাজ মাচ অ্যাজ পসিবল। কোন নির্দিষ্ট টার্গেট কিন্তু দলের সামনে দিয়ে দেননি, প্রেশারটা হয়তো রিলিজ করতে চাচ্ছেন দলের উপর থেকে, যে যত বেশি টার্গেট হবে তত আমরা বেশি টপে থাকবো। ডেভিড টিগার আবারও একটা ব্যাকফুট কাটে বল পাঠিয়েছেন সেই ডিপ কভার পয়েন্টে একটি রান। ভ্যানজাইল দেখার বিষয়ে রাফি কিভাবে তাকে বলটা করেন। রাউন্ড দ্য উইকেটে বল করছেন, আবার সে অ্যাঙ্গুলার ডেলিভারি স্কিড করে একদম প্যাডে আঘাত করেছিল, বাট সেই লেগ স্টাম্পের বাইরের পিচিং এর কারণে খুব সম্ভবত আম্পায়ার আউটটা দেননি। খুব একটা বেশি জোরালো আবেদনও ছিল না কিন্তু রাফির কাছ থেকে। সো ডেফিনেটলি টার্ন ডাউন। পরবর্তী বল আবারও সেই ফ্লাইট একটু জোরের উপরে, এবার আরো একটু আটো লাইনে বলটা করেছেন, এবার একদম স্ট্রেইট ব্যাটে সেটাকে নেগোশিয়েট করেছেন ভ্যানজাইল। পরপর দুটো ডট একটা রানের পরে।
Exactly. Trying to build up that pressure again on South African side. And we were talking about Jonathan, that he is struggling. 28 deliveries has been faced so far. Only 5 runs has been able to gather. This time sweeps it well, but there's a fielder in the deep square leg. Only 1 run will be taken in this over. But Rafi is again bouncing back. In his very first over, he conceded some runs, he conceded a boundary, but this time he is coming from the another end and trying to get the wicket he is looking for.
অ্যাবসলিউটলি। আবারও সেই উইকেট টু উইকেট চ্যানেলেই বলটা করে চলেছেন রাফি ডেভিড টিগারকে, তার সেই ওপেন স্টান্সের সুযোগটা নিচ্ছেন খানিকটা এবং তাকে বাধ্য করছেন তার নিজের কমফোর্ট জোন থেকে বের হয়ে একদম সোজাসুজি পায়ে দাঁড়িয়ে বলটা নেগোশিয়েট করতে। তখনই কিন্তু উইকেট টেকিং এর যেই সুযোগটা তৈরি হয় এলবিডব্লিউ এর স্পেশালি, সেখানে কিন্তু ফাঁদে ফেলার চেষ্টা, খানিকটা স্লপি ফিল্ডিং, একটু ফাম্বলের কারণে টিগার কিন্তু রানটা নিয়ে নিতে পারলেন সেই কভার পয়েন্ট অঞ্চল থেকে। আরো একটি রান, 14তম ওভারের সমাপ্তি 45, 2 উইকেট হারিয়ে দক্ষিণ আফ্রিকা অনূর্ধ্ব 19 দলের সংগ্রহ। What a bright sight here at Shohid Kamaruzzaman Stadium, here at Rajshahi, the silk city of the country. It's been so much beautiful down here. We have seen cricket in many parts of the country. We have seen cricket yesterday, and Bangladesh senior team and Bangladesh women's team did win their matches respectively against Afghanistan and Indian women's team. So definitely it's a chance for the under-19s to repeat back those glories for the Tigers. Cover drive, Aro একটা single.
Exactly, Robbie. He's doing fantastically well. He's trying to mix up the pace and trying to get a bit of an angle. Not going for the big runs.
Yes,
but
at the same time, Rabbi is warning David Tigger that you are just passing that non-striking end a bit early before throwing the ball. So a warning for Mankad.
Well,
Definitely the very next ball, straightener, it was a dot.
Well, we haven't seen any kind of man cutting from the Bangladeshi side yet. It's do you really support man cutting?
Partially, definitely, it is definitely that kind of offense, not that much offense, the tactics from the bowler. And if you first warn your batters, your opposition batters, of that, it's definitely should be a legal one, because the batter has that fault to run through or to run through fast before the bowler. So it shouldn't be there. The batter should be inside of his non-striking end, inside the popping crease. So definitely I partially support that if the bowler warns the batters, only on that case it should be a legal one. After immediately if he just recall him and got that mankading.
Well, we have seen that kind of display only from a one guy, that is Kapil Dev, back in the late 90s. And apart from that, we have always seen that in the very first time, the players who have done it, they have gone for it. Another dot ball to finish up the over after 15 overs, 48-42, South Africa.
Start of the 16th over. Started with the single, and as Tasif was asking me about mankading, so definitely if you warn your opposition batters on time once and immediately after that, if the same case happened twice, you should have that edge. And what a catch! What a bowling from Rafi! The star and the celebration, the star celebration from him. It was a perfect trap, and what an intelligent bowling from Rafi. He saw Van Zyl to take that part again and again with that reverse swing, with that reverse sweep. And at the same time, he saw Van Zyl going with that reverse sweep, and just he shortened his length. And immediately after that, Van Zyl couldn't just finish that reverse sweep well and got caught through that short cover point region. Look at the replay. He was down on his knees, Tasif, for that reverse sweep, and he wasn't there to tackle that sudden change in the bowling line. See that from Rafi, what a delivery. A bit of bounce for that bouncy track, had that good length, shortened his length a bit for that perfect, for not having that perfect reverse sweep, and got caught. Brilliant stuff from Rafi.
Exactly, and another thing I have noticed that the batter, Van Zyl, was expecting a bit of slower delivery. It was a quicker one. He wasn't expecting that much quick. That's why he got surprised and couldn't play the shot fully. It was a bit of half-hearted reverse sweep, and he has to depart. He was struggling, and the third wicket has fallen for South Africa. The new batter, Richard, will enter into the crease and pair up with David Tigger.
Absolutely. Richard Siltswane, the new man in, played a bit handy knock, jammed back a bit. And what a way to got rid of Van Zyl. He had been struggling enough. Look at the side, look at the beautiful view of Shohid Kamaruzzaman Stadium. bright sunny day as I was talking about, but had some drizzles earlier on. This beautiful view has been broadcasted by Cloud Live, the broadcasting partner, and the heartiest greetings and gratitude to Bangladesh Cricket Board for hosting these sort of matches down here at Rajshahi and gave an opportunity to the country to see that we have a stadium also, we have a broadcasters also to telecast these matches. Look at the drone view, beautiful city, Rajshahi. It's a riverine country, Bangladesh, and it's on the bank of Podda River, the mighty Podda. We all know about the Podda Setu, the Podda Bridge, just structured a year ago, and it has been smoothing the transportation, smoothing the communication among the cities, among the districts, among the divisions. So cricket has been also getting some beneficiaries of that brilliant Podda Setu. So hats off to the government also. And look at the view, Tausif. Not that so many high-rising buildings, not that much pollutions like the capital, not that much traffics. So definitely you'll find some soothing places to roam around here at Rajshahi.
Exactly. It's called the clean city of this country.
Yes, the cleaning one, the cleanest.
Exactly. And it's a beautiful stadium. And definitely we should thank BCB that they are now decentralizing these games. And
Absolutely.
they are going each and every corner of
That's
this country.
recommendable, very much
Exactly.
recommendable from them. So Dringsbeck going on in the middle for the wicket fall, a very untimely one for South Africa and a very timely one, a strategic one from Bangladesh. Hope we have another wicket after this break, as it has been that tradition, Tausif, that immediately after a break you need to have that much settling down phase.
Well, we always say momentum is very important and a very crucial part in this game. So definitely Bangladesh was in a very good song and a very good momentum they are carrying right now. Definitely there is a break and they are re-energizing themselves and they will go for the bigger one, I guess. And if we look at the South Africans' point of view, they got a break, they can get themselves together, they can go for a new strategy and put the accelerator on.
Yeah, for surely. So for the both of the sides, this will be a key phase from here on. South Africa needs to rebuild themselves, and at the same time Bangladesh would like to take some more wickets, Rafi and Rugby from both ends, creating that pressure that's been given by Rizan, bowled brilliantly with his medium fast bowling. And again, look at that crowd just grabbing and just grasping all the lights down there. Suddenly a lesser light over that stadium. Flick of the wrist, very first delivery. Encouraging Richard Seletswane to check his shot. A very soft flick of the wrist. Could have been a nasty one for Richard Seletswane. Straight block.
Well, it's interesting to see that Rafi is changing his plan with the bowling. He was going for the quicker ones for Jonathan Van Zyl. Right now he's going for the slower ones and giving flight to Richard so that he goes for the drive, and as we are seeing that there's a slip also, so he is trying to get an edge or an inside edge from Richard and pick up his wicket. Well, that's the team 50 for South Africa with the single. And a very struggling one, we should say, but still David Tiger is there. He's doing his job fantastically. I think he needs a partner who can give him that support, who keep up saying that, go on, I'm there from the other end.
Another cheeky single been taken, so they must have that communication, that talks in between them to take some singles, to rotate the strike, to lessen the pressure. 16 gone, 51 for 3, South Africa under 19. 70th over started with a single more from David Tigger. Playing soft, playing sensible so far. Not taking so many risks, and here it is. The view from the spectators. They started gathering in numbers. We have seen some crowds there at Khulna, Tausif. They were very much enthusiastic, driven very softly by Richard Seletswane. Wideish long off will cut it off for a single. And the spectators are the heart of the game. Lots of cheers for the home crowd though, and for the humid weather. I just forgot to mention that. Driven nicely, but straight back to the fielder at the point for a dot. And those supporters, those cheers, those applauds will definitely encourage the cricketers in this humid condition. It's hot and humid there, and this is the challenge to get accustomed with this type of weather, both for Bangladesh and for South Africa, definitely.
Well, exactly, and right now we are seeing that the South African side has a bit of change in their batting approach. They are going for the singles and trying to at least capitalize 5 runs from each over, and Rabbi is doing slower deliveries as much as he can. He is giving a bit of light, trying to get turn from those cracks that are in front of the batter. But I think the South Africans are trying to get back in this game as quick as possible. 50 runs has been done, yes, but yet more to go. They need to score at least 230 in this pitch to defend.
Absolutely misfielding. I think it could have been costed a boundary, but brilliant footwork down there. A bit of football by the fielder at the deep extra cover region. And a very good shot, very well timed cover drive down there. And it's been tackled very beautifully with some footworks. Yes, footworks, Tausif, reminds us definitely those taste of football also. New season starting on, the English Premier Leagues, the Bundesliga, the La Ligas, Syria, everywhere. So definitely again, those sleepless nights are coming up for you. And for the cricket also. And here's the bowling card in between they're talking about. 2 wickets for Rizan and 1 for Rafi. Rest of them maintaining a very good economy all through. Next ball in, a bit quicker. Drifter from the bowler for a dot. So I was talking about football. You support Arsenal, right?
You don't need to say that.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, it's very much fun of talking football also while just commentating on cricket. It's been a very sporty country, Bangladesh, and all the boards are very much enthusiastic of having a fruitful, having an efficient pool of players, whether it's cricketers, whether it's footballers, with the volleyballs everywhere. Sports all over the world, all over the country here in Bangladesh is very much enjoyable. Back-to-back 5 dot deliveries now. 4 dot deliveries, right? Pressure is mounting on to David Tigger now. Richard Seletswane now. Beg your pardon. So 5 dot balls, you were just showing 4 now. Rafi is with me. He's giving away 5 dot balls. So let's hope for the last one, Tausif.
Exactly. Last delivery to go.
A maiden? A maiden?
You never know, and
Yeah,
yes,
perfect,
it's
right.
a maiden. It's a maiden over for Rafi after 18 overs, 57 for 3 South Africa.
Absolutely. A sports-friendly government definitely is an asset for the country. And for that, one of the efficient boards, Bangladesh Cricket Board, has been capable of hosting these matches, hosting the teams around the world, like Pakistan under 19, South Africa under 19, and later part we will have so many under 19 tournaments going on reaching to that 2024 Under-19 World Cup at South Africa in Sri Lanka, beg your pardon, will be going on. And for that reason, I think this sort of tournaments, this sort of bilateral series are very, very key for both of the teams, not for Bangladesh, because you need to find that combination, you need to find that groove before going on to a bigger stage. Single to start on, and immediately after that, a brilliant diving effort from restricting the batters for a dot.
Exactly. And Rabbi is continuing with his economical bowling display. Another back foot punch from Richard. This time the timing was good, so they will be able to take a single. And the score ticks on to the 5:59. As we were saying that David Tigger needs to have a partner, and Richard is going to be a suitable one for him, I guess.
Yes, from a both end, and with those deliveries from Rabbi, he's just bowling quicker and quicker, flighted quicker, just allowing the batter to just get all along with the pacey deliveries. But I think sudden change of pace from here, a bit loopy and slower deliveries will definitely keep thinking. What a fielding, brilliant fielding down there, the cover point, diving effort. David Tigger was very much intriguing to take the single, but well stopped by his partner Richard Silswane, a timely setback.
Well, exactly. The last ball of this delivery, Rabbi is going to deliver it. This time drives it well in the gap. There's a fielder in the extra cover, so a single will be taken. And the score moves on to the 60 after 19 overs, losing the 3 wickets from the South African side. And the partnership builds up on to 11 runs, only on 22 balls. You were saying about Rabbi that he suddenly changes his plan. He was going with the slower deliveries, and then all on a sudden he just goes for the quicker and the fuller ones. I think the intention was to make the batter that go for the lofted drives, go for the lofted shots.
To make the batter habituated a bit more of those pace deliveries, quicker deliveries, and immediately after that, with this condition at the subcontinent, if you can just have those pace a bit less, a bit slower, then it won't allow the batter to think twice.
Exactly. Well, Rafi is continuing from another end and bowls the first ball. And the batsmen are being able to take an easy single. And David Tigger moves on to his 30s right now. He's on 31 from 42 deliveries. Richard, he needs to build a partnership with him. He needs to get settled down and start to make runs. Another leg glance from the batter and another single for the South African side. I think these two batters are having a very good combination. They're having a good communication as well between themselves. That's why they are taking these singles easily, and they are being able to find the gaps from the field.
Absolutely. Playing with the merit of the balls. In every deliveries, again, a single been taken. And that's what I was talking about. You need to be very much cunning while playing the spinners. You can stick to your basic, definitely. You need to strengthen your basic at first and phase those spinners pretty much well. Both of them going onto their back foot, checking their shots, spending enough time at the middle. Again a quicker, but this time down leg. A bit of wild appeal from the bowler Rafi. While appealing that, at the very end he understood that it was just drifting outside leg, and the umpire just let him know that it was very troubling. Again a back foot cut, missed opportunity there to stop the ball. True to the point for a single to finish things off. 20 gone, 64 for 3. Almost half a ball run for South Africa under 19 with a loss of 3 wickets. Spinners introduced again, and what a short, lofted sweep. Straight sweep it was. Picked up beautifully for a mammoth 6. What a shot, just clearing that long on region. Richard Tsuwane. What a pickup shot it was. Look at the replay, Tasif.
It's a brilliant one. It's a brilliant one. Picked up the length beautifully and goes for the lofted drive. And this time he goes on the back foot, punches well, and a good creating sense from Richard, we should say. He settles down with a single, and this 6 will definitely give a mental boost up to David Trigger to go for the biggies.
Absolutely, why not? Now they have started to pick the spinners very much intelligently, and they have been playing sensible cricket. Not trying those big shots, those ram shots, and punishing the loose deliveries. A bit loopy one from Rabbi, but he came back well. With those 2 deliveries, just conceded a single each. Again a dot. Brilliantly bowled, again an armour. Just got that length right in front of the middle stump. Just did not allow the batter to go big. Again at the same channel, copy-paste delivery for Rabbi to finish 21st, 72 for 3 after 21st South Africa under 19.
Well, 21 overs has been played so far in this innings. South Africa has been able to achieve 72 runs, losing of 3 wickets. David Tigger, the man in form, is in the crease right now. He has been able to score 33 runs, facing 44 deliveries. On the other hand, Richard, he moves on to the 13th, facing 22 deliveries, and the only 6 has been played by him in this innings. Wasi comes from the Bangladeshi side with his leg spin. A bowling change from the Bangladeshis. Well, I think it's a sensible one, isn't it, Prantor?
Yes, basically it's a try to take wicket with that leg spin option, because we often see that leg spinners are very much handy against right-hand batters. So it should be a strategic move from Bangladesh captain Mahfuzur Rahman. With that slight action, a bit flighted action, a bit flying action from Wasi like Piyush Chawla. We have often seen him of doing that, some rising hand gestures right before running, and drifted those deliveries. So a bit of Piyush Chawla action for Wasi. A single to start.
Well, exactly, and the most interesting thing is that we are having a leg spinner in the under-19 side. We definitely know that we often do get some sort of scarcity of the leg spinners in our country, but it's good to see that...
All the time, Tausif, all the time.
Exactly, it's good to see that the under-19 team is developing and working with the leg spinners. He has only conceded 1 run in this over, this time a back foot punch. And it goes through the inner circle to the deep extra cover, and easy single picking. And David Tigger is eventually focusing on the loose ones. He is waiting for the loose deliveries from the spinners, and he's more focusing on rotating the strikes. That's a very good sensible batting, and that's how the mature batters grow, I think, Pranto.
Absolutely, again a dot. So you were talking about maturity. Definitely it needs more whenever you are trying to get your foot on to the national side from here on, and to get accustomed with those tough situations, clinical situations, critical ones, critical decisions, and also bowling up to your strengths. Another single been taken. So another single from there. So it's very much important to grow your maturity down here. It's been a start for every sort of bowlers, every sort of batters, every sort of players, above all, to maintain that maturity, that learning phase going on, and keep just compromising for your teams, for the sake of your teams.
Exactly. And I was talking about the partnership. Well, with this dot delivery, the 22nd over has been completed from the Bangladeshis, and 75 for 3, South Africa under 19. And we were talking about the partnerships, Prantor, and so far this batting pair has been able to deliver. They moves on to the 30s with their partnership, facing only 40 deliveries. And David Tigger is eyeing for the 50, you never know, because he's on 35, 47 deliveries has been faced by him. He is batting very cool and composedly. He's not hesitating to play any kind of shots. He's going for the strike rotations. He's going for the boundaries as well. He's waiting for the loose deliveries. That's brilliant from this South African youngster.
You could see the batting lineup. Liam Alder, Joan James, the captain, Ramashan Pillay, Oliver Whitehead, all these can bat, along with your keeper, Benjamin Hansen.
Well, the bowler is on his bowling mark to go with the 23rd over. Another bowling change. It's Ariful this time for Bangladesh. Drives it well. The cover region, the fielder is ready. So single will be taken again. And Richard will be on strike this time. As we were saying that the South African, these two batting pair are now set. They are going for the strike rotations. They are being able to easily picking up the singles. So that's very dangerous for Bangladesh. If we see, because if you see the run rate is increasing slowly. 22 overs has been played. We are on 23 overs and the score is odd to 80s. That's brilliant. I should say that's a brilliant comeback from the South Africans.
Absolutely. Another single been taken. 76 for 3 after 22. Last ball of the over. Beg pardon, a miscommunication was there. Only a single been taken though now.
Exactly. And slowly the run rate is increasing, so the South Africans might feel a bit of relieved that they are getting into the game, getting back into the game. The bowlers back drive, so another dot ball could come back. There were only 30 runs in the power plays in the first 10 overs. Then on the next 10 overs, they have been able to gather those important runs in order to set a good total. This time, the drive wasn't played well. So a dot ball to finish up the over. 23 overs has been played, 79 for 3, South Africa.
Wasi will be continuing on. 24th over starting on, and from here, 3 wickets down South Africa. They're trying to rebuild their innings against soft and push. Rotating the strike has not been so much proficient for Bangladesh because they need to take wickets. They need to just restrict them from taking those singles, those easy ones. You could attack with a sleep definitely against Tigger and Richard. Flighted again. So the same sort of bowling and the same channel, definitely allowing your batters to just get settled in.
Well, exactly. Wasi is continuing with his bowling, and we haven't seen that kind of a big turn from this pitch. I was mentioning that there is a few cracks, and bowlers need to find those cracks and trying to pitch that ball so that they can get a bit of turn. Not a big turn of ball haven't been seen this game. 23.2 overs has been played this time. Outside off stump, cuts it well, but there's another brilliant fielding display. So far in this game, the beautiful thing from the Bangladesh side is the fielding. I think the youngsters having a very good positive body language. They're giving their maximum effort in order to restrict the runs. The next delivery is going from Wasi, this time fuller length and a solid defensive shot from Richard.
Absolutely back-to-back dot balls. Imposing a bit pressure. Flighted one, a bit uppish. Hard chance it was. But again, the dedication you showed, this will be remembered. They've been trying their heart and soul for taking this wicket because both of them are becoming so much greedy, so much hungry for runs, and they're taking their risk now. Open stance from David Tigger, very much identical one nowadays. Back foot punch, brilliant bowling from Wasi. With that leg spin, he has been maintaining the line and length. Again, end of an over, 24 gone, 82 for 3.
Well, 24 overs has been played, 6 extras has been conceded from the Bangladeshis' end. 82 for 3. And South Africans are trying to maximize this run as much as they can. I was mentioning that there's not a bit big of turn from this pitch yet, but I think the bowlers should look to pitch the ball in the middle and off stump and get a bit of a turn so that they can deceive the batter. Another soft-handed drive. 2 back-to-back dot deliveries. It seems these two batters are not actually struggling with the spinners. They're handling them very good.
Yeah, they've been settled down very nicely. Again, a back foot punch, straight drive to the bowler. They are leaking dot balls, it's fine, but immediately after that, singles been converted to doubles. So that's been the key in this partnership so far.
Exactly.
A bit quicker one.
Exactly.
Quicker armor. Back foot punch again to the leg side region for no runs. So this has been so much memorable and mentionable for Bangladesh. Well, they'll be batting second in the speech, chasing a target. Definitely need to just have some times in the middle. Need to maintain a good run rate that won't be ever above of your asking rate. Brilliant deliveries. A maiden over from Ariful Islam. 82 for 3. The same way there was South Africa on the night of the 24th and at the end of 25th also. Here's the bowling card. Only 3 wickets been taken by the Bangladeshi bowlers. 2 for Rizan, 1 for Rafi. Rest of them, as I was talking about, maintaining their economy rate very well, keeping the pressure on to the South African batters.
Well, exactly. They have been able to do that so far, but in the middle overs, I think the South Africans are bouncing back. They are rotating the strikes. They are maintaining a good run rate. They are trying to build a partnership. They are handling the spinners. So I think that's a very, very, very good comeback from the South Africans. Yet many more overs to go and many more balls to face. But I think if they go on this way, they will be able to get a good total. Wasi is continuing from his bowling end again. This time, a low full toss, a flighted one, and it's a beautiful drive from David Tigger. And he gets a single and moves on to 39. On the other hand, Richard will be on strike. As I was saying that, they are getting settled down. They are now very cool and composed. They are trying to get the maximum as they are handling the spinners, and they are doing the right thing in the middle overs.
Yes, you could just bring back your medium pacers from the last match. Definitely. To have another chance. What a straight, what a cover drive it is. A bit of uppish, but gone through that deep extra cover region for a boundary. What a shot. The ball was there. It was a teasing one from Wasi. Loopy outside off, a quicker googly from him, but picked up beautifully by Richard Swané.
Well, it was a googly, but it was on the slot, and Richard didn't make any mistake. Brilliant shot and a brilliant boundary. This time, a sensible cricket from him.
So yes, a single foul by boundary definitely will show you how much cool and composed Richard Swané. According to his plan, look at the boundary. No one was there. It was driven nicely, a bit uppish. Found his empty place brilliantly. Got some placement. Again a bit fuller. But a back foot drive won't let him for a single.
Exactly. We were talking about the earlier shot. It was on the slot and he was pretty ready. But David Tigger, he is now eyeing for a boundary. He is looking for a slower one or a sloopy one. This time reverse sweep. It will clear the inner field. It will clear the boundary, and a brilliant one. I was saying this Prantor, he was looking for a boundary and he gets one.
Beautifully played reverse sweep, Tausif. What a shot it was. He saw that the inner circle player was just in a squarish position, so he did not just open up his bat totally and just guided that with that ground-headed bat flow. That's the most important part. He just did not go with that uppish shot or a mistimed shot. Again a fuller. This time it's a brilliant fielded by the fielder. Diving effort restricted the batter to not take a single. Round the wicket for Benzile now. Richard Swané and David Tigger are on crease and they are building their innings very firmly. 39 ball 23 for Richard Swané. Tigger moves on to 43 of 57, so definitely they will be eyeing on their 50s respectively.
Definitely, and the score moves on to the 92s, so that means they are very close to 100. And as I was saying, the South Africans bounce back very strongly, very strongly. They are now focusing on the game very sharply, I should say, and they are trying to gather the maximum total for these innings so that they can defend it. The partnership moves on to 44, facing only 65 deliveries. David Tigger dives it, drives it well, but there's a fielder there, so no run will be taken in this over. Only one came, so 93 for 3 so far, South Africa.
Yes, a bumped up catch towards the fielder. Had him drop, flicked it nicely outside the inner circle at the onside for another single. So they are just well enough with those singles and doubles all over. Very much in ease of having those runs. With the flippers and flyers, what a shot. But straight back to the bowler again, a bit of bounce before It just went on to the bowler. Had a bump in, so no damage done. A bit of slower delivery, straight drive, a bit of fumble. So he is bowling dead straight to David Tigger and Richard Swan at the same time, not allowing them some room, Tausif.
Exactly. I'm a bit of surprised, Prantor, because there is some cracks in the pitch, in the good length, and in the fuller length as well. You need to keep your ball on the middle and off stump channel so that you can have the turn and have that advantage. But the Bangladeshi side is going for only the outside off stump, and they are trying to get the ball in towards to the stumps. So I think that's why the South Africans are getting a bit of advantage, getting a bit of time to play, getting a bit of time to adjust. So if they keep the ball in the off and middle stump channel and tries to get ball towards to the off stump, I think there will be something interesting to see.
Absolutely, Tausif, spot on. New over starting on. And the continuous words between the coaching staff and the players will definitely pumping up the players also. Get some ease of having some strategies. This time they need to break this partnership, break this drought of wickets. At the same time, you need to have a bit of restriction onto those singles and doubles all over.
Well, precisely. Wasi is continuing. He was a bit expensive in his last over. This time again outside off stump. It was on the slot, but he wasn't being able to manage it with the sweet spot of the bat, but manages to get at least a single. So they are not trying to get too many dot balls. They are at least trying to have maximum 5 runs in an over and a boundary to cover it up. So far it's going good. David Tigger is on for his 45. He's going to face Wasi right now and drives again, but it won't pass the inner fielder.
Lawful toss was there. The intention was right from the bowler, Wasi. Just allowing the batter to check his shot and went up for with the googly. So this, I think, opens up a bit of taking a chance of having some wickets right from here. Again, outside off, way outside off. It's been a wide, definitely, a definite call from the umpire. Just mixing up his line and lengths, mixing up the pitch map every time he bowls against David Tigger, not allowing him to stable a bit, to stable at the crease.
Well, exactly. This time, it was a good one. It was a good one, and the batter gets deceived. It was a quicker one from Wasi.
Even we were, Tausif, we just was about to cry a bit for a wicket, and I thought that it hit the stump of the batter. But definitely a brilliant one.
If you see, the channel was right this time. He gives the ball in the middle and off stump, and he gets a turn.
He's getting closer to the stump, definitely. Wasi, not this time, just outside off, driven nicely to that deep extra cover for another single. So if you could look at this partnership, it's been a roller coaster, definitely. Not that much high, not that much low. They are just leaking those runs from the Bangladeshis. At the same time, they are rotating the strike pretty much well. Lofted, high up in the air, going to the fence, but no, the last time, the fielder restricted the batters for only a single. Checking his shot, David Tigger. Flying up in the air a bit, but no damage done, as the fielding placements are a bit of spreaded. So another single been taken. 99, one shot of 100 for 3 after 28.
28 overs has been played so far. South Africa 99 for 3, and Ariful Islam is continuing from his end, and this time an on drive from Richard, and an easy single will be again picked up by the South African side, and that comes up with the team 100 for South Africa, losing only 3 wickets in the power plays, and then what a bounce back. Reverse wave from David Tigger, but the fielding effort was brilliant from the fielder. I have to mention it, but it was a very well timed and well placed shot. If it had created the inner fielder, it has gone for the boundary.
Definitely more than a half chance. You needed to drive. What a shot! Lofted, high up in the air. The man is there. The deep super cover. It's been taken. That's the key wicket of Richard Seletsoane. Bangladesh was looking for high up in the air. Just that perfect googly onto that off stump. He couldn't manage to have that room, Seletsoane. Driven and a bit uppish one through that deep super cover. A very, very timely breakthrough for Bangladesh.
Well, that's what they were eyeing for. It was a tossed up delivery. It was a juicy one for him, but it was a trap indeed.
It was a trap. Come, place and hit me. That was the message from the bowler. And Seletsoane just got onto the trap. Look at the ball. Tossed up, straightener it was, not that much high, not that much room there for the batter, and he straight got that catch into the hand of the fielders down there. Brilliant field placement from the captain, Ariful Islam, with his first wicket. 4th down now. Here comes James Juan, the Protea captain. He was talking about any sort of handsome total on board, not that much specific for the team, but he will be definitely eyeing that handsome scores from here on to make a mark.
Well, exactly, and I think the podium is kind of ready for it. 101 runs has been gathered by the South Africans so far. If they can build another 50 partnership from this, they will be able to get that, and they will also be able to put a pressure on the Bangladeshi while defending it.
Yes, of course. And both of the captains down there for South Africa under 19, David Tigger was there for the first 2 matches. After that, Juan James was introduced as a captain. After that again David Tigger, and now for the crucial final, it's again Juan James. He needs to play a captain's knock toss from here on.
Yes, and he needs to actually give a bit of relief to David Tigger that, okay, go on, you are on your 47, you are playing good, you are having a good momentum, I'm there for you, I will be accompanying you, and if they can go for at least 50 to 60 partnership from this, as I was saying, they will be able to give a good total to Bangladesh.
Obviously, a bit lower action from Ariful Islam while he's bowling. Driven nicely though by Juan James for a single, so it should be a perfect message from the dugout that if you could go for the big one, or if you'd like to start from some while now. So both of them will be trying definitely to go big from the very beginning of this partnership. David Tigger, back foot cut, another single, moves on to 47 now. Has been a key find in this South African under-19 squad so far.
Exactly, one more delivery to go of this over, and Juan James will face it. It was a low and slower one from Ariful, soft-handed push, and no run. So end of this over, 103 for 4 South Africa after 29 overs.
Few clouds in the sky, but not that much black clouds there. No chances of heavy rains though here at Rajshahi. We're hoping to have a full-length match. 30th over starting on with a drive for a single by David Tigger. Moves on to 49 now. He's getting stronger day by day. And another prospect for South African side in the near future. Juan James facing Wasi.
Well, exactly. The captain is on the crease right now. The whole responsibility lies on his shoulder to accompany David Tigger. 29.1 overs has been played so far. Wasi yet not been able to get a wicket. A bit of expensive. Well, that's the nature of leg spinner. You never know when you're gonna get a wicket, but you will create the magic. You will give the breakthrough to your team. But this time, he hasn't been able to get that, but he might. You never know.
Yes, absolutely. Your leg spinners might be costly, but definitely will give you a lot more chances than other bowlers to have few wickets more. A bit wide delivery, a wide one outside off. So that's how things been so far in this match. The grand finale. South Africa losing the toss, coming on to bat. So far not that much good, though their runs are pretty much shorter after this over, after the 20 over slog. So definitely need to go big from here on, or from the immediate next over. Another dot.
Well, exactly, and it's a very good attacking field setup from the Bangladeshis. A sleeve has been introduced very quickly. This time cuts it well. It will bisect the fielder, but there is another fielder in the deep third man. He will gather it. Only one will be taken from this over, and David Tigger will be facing the next delivery, and he's on 49.
Yes, proud moment definitely for Tigger.
Well, there is a word, Prantor, that is commentator's curse.
Oh,
so
okay.
Please
that's
let
fine.
him at least do the 50. Then
Yeah,
you
it
can go
should
for
be a
it.
proud moment, definitely, yes. That's not a commentator's curse now, it's a commentator's blessing now for David Tigger. You can breathe a sigh of relief. 50 for David Tigger. You beauty, you played brilliantly to tackle that hard situation while South Africa are down for 3 wickets. And from there, with Sir Swane, and after that, Juan James comes in. You're just releasing the pressure a bit from Juan James' shoulder.
Well, exactly. He moves on to his 50s. He might be eyeing for 100. You never know. Juan James will face the next delivery this time, and again outside off stump. He cuts it, but will not be able to get a run. An end of 30 overs. It's 107 for 4 South Africa. "30 overs has been played, and South Africa has been able to gather 107 for 4, and they are just going on and on. They are trying to at least get close to the 230s so that they can give a tough time to the Bangladesh. But so far, Bangladesh has been doing brilliant. They have been able to restrict some good couple of runs, as well as they have been able to restrict a couple of good boundaries and well-timed shots. But David Tigger, he's on his 50s and he's going on and on. Another slower delivery from Ariful Islam and gets a quick single. But the field placement is a bit of surprising for me right now, as Juan James is on crease. He's the new batter, and the way their Bangladeshi bowlers are bowling, it seems that they might go for a short one, because if we see, there is a square leg and a mid-on, deep mid-on. This time reverse sweep will not get any kind of boundary. and not a single as well. It's a dot ball. As I was saying that there is deep mid on and square leg, as well as there's a short backward square leg, and the fine leg is also in the inner circle. So definitely we might see any kind of surprising one. This time again he tried to play the reverse sweep. Again he failed it to execute it perfectly, but no damage had been done for the South Africans. So you never know how they're going to face it. And if we look at the offside, the mid-off and the backward point is in the deeper position, and the rest of the fielders are in the inner circle. Again, he gets a turn, and on drives it well. It will go through the fielders. No. The fielders get there, and 2 runs will be taken. With these runs, the 31 over has been completed. 110 for South Africa after the finish of 31 over. Well, Ariful Islam will continue from his bowling end. Wasi will continue from his bowling end. And this time drives it well in the cover region from David Tigger. And the score moves on to 110. Wasi is trying to get settled down with his bowling line and the proper channel in order to get a wicket. And he's trying very hard to adjust his bowling length. This time a lofted one, and it's dry, drives it well, it will bisect the fielder and go for a boundary. Brilliant one from Juan James. It was a lower full toss with a bit of flighted delivery, and Juan James makes the maximum outcome from it. Brilliant. Wasi is again struggling with his line and lane. See that replay. That was a beautifully driven shot towards to the covers. This time he tries to cut the ball, but couldn't adjust it. Another dot ball, a precious dot ball. Wasi, I was saying that he needs to pitch the ball in the middle and off stump to make the use of those cracks and get a bit of a turn. Again a backfoot punch, another dot ball. 2 more deliveries left in this over. South Africa 115 for 4. David Tigger has completed his 50, but Juan James is also giving a bit of a glimpse that he can go for the big ones. The over conditions are seams, but there's no chance of rain so far. So it's a good way to go for the game today. This time a bit of a shorter delivery, backfoot punch, another dot ball. So end of 32 overs, 115 for 4 South Africa.
Nice weather to play cricket here in Rajshahi, the Silk City of Bangladesh. A very balanced situation right here at the moment. And at that time, Ariful Islam Just walked in with the ball. First ball. An incoming one, a bit turning in towards the batter. Left hand. Left on to his knees. With the second one, definitely a bit lower, a bit fuller from the bowler. He's been also mixing up his line and lengths and the pace, keeping his pace away a bit. Reverse sweep again. South Africans are very much fond of this shot. They have been checking this shot again and again. Backward square leg is there. A short mid-wicket is there also for the catching. Oh, a bit uppish. Brilliantly bowled from Ariful. Just drift back into the batter. Again a reverse sweep. This time swept it nice and strong. What a way to bring up the boundary. Brilliantly played. Juwan James, you are playing your part. The ball was there to be hit, drifted nicely onto the pads, and he just managed to find the gap. What a shot again. Just look at the balance. Just swivels away from that off-stump line and guided it beautifully through that backward point region. A nice comeback for the bowler in the very last ball. A dot to finish. It's 120 for 4 after 33. Look at the shot again. Perfect condition. But the ball just turned back a little bit more from before. For that reason, just couldn't complete that shot for a boundary. So identical change in line from that bowler. And it's needed genuinely to restrict Juwan James of playing that reverse sweep. And look at the crowd. They are just starting to look around in heavy numbers. Rizan came back in as well as Tausif with the mic.
Well, thank you, Pranthar, once again. And Rizan has brought it back into the attack. So Bangladesh is looking for the wickets. It's a clear message. And the soft hand push from David Tigger. And Juwan James, he is playing brilliantly. 12 runs has already been backed by him, only facing 18 deliveries. That's brilliant. So he's trying to keep the scorecard a bit more fast way. He's thinking a bit, go and get the run rate as high as much as I can with the spinners. Because when we will have to face Rizan or if we have to face Borshon, then it will be again a bit of tough for him. So definitely he is eyeing to get the maximum output from the spinners.
Again, coming back nicely to the batter, Rizan Hussain has been a threat to South African bowlers so far. Brilliantly bowled, a good prospect for Bangladesh cricket team. Lots of young talents around there, and we have seen some switch of captaincy. So definitely it will allow the selectors of Bangladesh under 19 team. Hasibul Shanto is there. Hanan Sharkar is there also at the selection side. So of course it will be an easy task for them. Not so much easy, Tausif, because you might got enough players, but you need to fill those gaps in the national side or in the future in some specific position. Like Rizan is a good option of medium pace bowling. Brilliantly bowled again, lightning fast. It was lightning fast from Rizan Hussain. We were talking about medium pace all-rounders, but Rizan has been finding some genuine pace from this pitch right after the matches. Moved along from Khulna to Rajshahi. Look at the pace and bounce. He is just utilizing this pitch of Rajshahi perfectly.
Well, definitely, and he has been the successful bowler of this match so far. 6.4 overs has been bowled, 10 runs has only been conceded by him, and two crucial wickets, two crucial early breakthroughs in fact, was given by him. And right now, the Bangladeshi captain is also thinking of picking up these two batters and create a loophole in this South African innings. Well, so far 2 runs has only been conceded. David Tigger is on strike and he's going to face Rizan. And so far, Rizan hasn't been able to give any kind of trouble to David Tigger because David Tigger is handling him very cautiously.
Right on, Tausif, because you need to, because Rizan Hussain has been the pick of the wickets, 2 wickets for him. So definitely you will keep an eye on his bowling, definitely. 34 overs gone, it's 122 now. So after these 16 overs are left with, what do you expect from here? You need to score at least 100 plus runs within these 96 legal deliveries you've got. So definitely if you could get those 100 plus runs from here on, so 220, 230 will be a handy target in front of Bangladesh to win this match from South Africa's perspective. But at the same time, for Bangladesh, it's high time to take wickets. Take wickets in couple. Take 2 more wickets, take 1 wicket at least from here. And if you could just break this partnership, definitely, especially Tigger. Whenever we see Tigger scoring big, it's very much dangerous for the team, for the opposition. Rafi is there with the action. Straightener to start on, a dot to start.
Well, precisely, Prantor, and if we say David Tigger is quite settled down and he is handling the bowlers pretty perfectly and pretty neatly in fact. So he needs to get out, he needs to stay for the South Africans' perspective, but from the Bangladeshis' perspective, his wicket is very, very, very important. And in this moment, Bangladesh is going for kind of like all-out attack because we are seeing pretty much of the spinner Rafi, who is a successful one in the previous match as well as today. And in the previous over, Rizwan was bought in. It's down the leg, it will be a wide, a poor delivery from Rafi. He needs to adjust his line and length again and go for the one. He's trying to create a bit of a flight and create a bit of an angle in order to get David Tigger in the trap of LBW. This time digs it out very nicely. But there's a fielder in the mid-off. So 1 run only be taken from this ball delivery. And David Tigger moves on to 55. Juan James, he's playing another brilliant innings. 24 deliveries has been paid, 14 runs has been scored. This time it was a quicker one for Rafi. He tried to drive it, but it was a bit of an inside edge. But he survives this time. The current run rate is 6.1 of 3.61, so definitely they are eyeing to get it as close as possible to 5. The partnership moves on to 24. This time again a full length delivery, again a drive from Juan James. Another single will be taken from this one, and it concludes the 35th over. 1 more delivery to go, and after that the 35th over will be completed. Last delivery, David Tigger is on strike, soft hand push towards to the leg stump, and that concludes the 35th over. 126 for 4 after 35 overs, South Africa. 35 overs has been played so far in this innings. South Africa 127 for 4. And yeah, they are eyeing to go towards to the total of 230 as much as they can to put a pressure on Bangladesh. Another way. Rizan Hossain is continuing from his bowling end. Soft and push again from David Tigger, and a easy picking single from him. 128, 230, and leads need to be settled on the scorecard to put pressure on Bangladesh. We were talking about it.
But I don't think so, Tasif. I guess 180 or 190, they should have been bundled out. So, as this overs are there for Rizan Hossain, after that, I think 2 overs left of him. So definitely he'll be eyeing for wickets. Again, a lane delivery. Guided nicely towards that long on region for another single. So these singles, I think, have hurt enough.
Also add with you, Pranto, that if Rizwan was there, he should have come into the middle overs because he's good at it.
Yeah,
The Bangladesh
absolutely.
captain has also introduced him previously, but in this match we haven't been seeing that kind of yet from that guy. So definitely Rizwan would have been a good option
Yeah,
instead of Rizwan, so that he could have been in the maximum output in the final overs. But right now I think he is eyeing for the wickets because he needs to get rid from David Tigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Same for Naim Islam, I guess. Whenever we get him around here, he also delivers wickets. So Naim Islam, and there you were talking about Mohammad Rizwan Chaudhary. Yes, is very much handy with the ball. Ariful Islam has bowled a bit. So Rabbi, Rafi, and Wasi perfectly teamed up with Ariful, I guess. In these parts of the overs, in these parts of the innings, so that should be a bit handy from here to take on. So I guess Boston will be bringing back again for sheer pace, so he could just open up the space of taking wickets here on for Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi.
Exactly, Borshan is coming back, edged and safe. It's a boundary for the batter. But a disappointment for the bowler. He would have said, I wish I had a slip. then it would have been on wicket. But a brilliant one. It's a boundary for South Africa, a very welcoming one.
Well, you need to have that strategy. You need to have the plan of bringing back a sleep from down there, because you have the pace or a wide sleep. A second sleep was in there. That wide sleep could have done that trick again for your team. But at the same time, you need to just mix up your paces. Brilliant delivery, driving slot, a hint of swing over there from that away one from Juan James, and it went past to the keeper for a dot. Brilliant comeback with the very first delivery where he got unfortunate of having a boundary.
Well, exactly. 135 for 4. South Africa, 36.2 overs has been played so far. And Borshan, he conceded a boundary on his very first delivery in his second spell. This time a rising one, drives it well. It won't get any run. Another dot delivery. But I think Juan James is someone who has a good bit of a wrist power, who can go for the biggies. And definitely, it will be important for Bangladesh to pick up his wicket as well. Because if this guy enters into the death over, he will go for the maximum.
Yes, undoubtedly. So that's the perfect time, I guess, to bring back Mohammad Rizwan from the last match you're talking about. He bowled a few brilliant delivery. Again, a shortland delivery. Surprised the batter. Just went pass back from the batter. A slider there. A slight herder from there to the keeper. And that's beautifully bowled by Borshan. So that was I talking about, because you need to have that variation of paces. You need to bowl slower a bit sometimes to just get your batters confused. So oh my God, again an edge. What was happening there for Borshan? He must be feeling that disappointment. Again an edge through that first leap towards the third man, but this time not that much, genuinely edged from Juan James. Lucky for him, and also lucky for Borshan of not conceding a boundary. So, and again a single been taken. So, yes, Naim Islam can be brought back in again. After so many left-hand spinners, suddenly a right arm off spinning option would definitely have an edge from here. Another single from the inner circle. So, Tasif, I was talking about those singles from the inner circles. It has become so much easy for the batters to pick up in. You need to restrict those to have that momentum back on your side.
Well, exactly. You were talking about bringing back the momentum. Anyways, 37 over has been played, 137 for 4, and it's a drinks break from the umpire's call.
37 overs gone. It's 137 for 4. It's a rhyming one a bit. So 137 in 37 for South Africa. You're watching it live at the official Facebook, official YouTube channel of Bangladesh Cricket Board. A nice initiative from BCB, telecasted live by Cloud Live, the broadcasting partner. Our heartiest gratitude to all of them for spreading this opportunity to watch our junior Tigers playing and up against of Protea under 19s. Wasi will be continuing on. The first ball, a quicker googly from him. Just cut back but couldn't just get enough pace for having any sort of runs. Again, look at Tasif, that's Piyush Chawla things from Wasi. Again, driving slot. Protection is there at the cover, so another dot.
Well, exactly. You were mentioning about his bowling action, but I am rather concerned. He's not actually getting the proper channel, a proper line, length, and a way to pitch up the ball. I think if he focuses on the pitching the ball, he will be able to get a bit of success. So far, he is trying his level best. We can understand that the partnership moves on to the 36 runs from 54 balls only. And South Africa is looking solid right now. We were talking about 230. You were saying that 180 should be the target for Bangladesh to restrict them. But still, they are on their way to get the maximum. 3 dot balls and then a single.
Yes, pressure releasing single now. So Wasi has been so much handy here to have his spell done. 7th over running on, 31 runs given. Good for a leg spinner, definitely. Not a wicket so far. Flighted one, high up in the air. And I guess this is the catch. No. It could have been drifted from the ground part before reaching to his hand directly. Very close it was.
No doubt, Prantor, but it's a brilliant stop, we should say. If it had passed the fielder, then it would have gone for 4. This time a soft hand push, a dot ball to finish up the over after 38 overs, 138 for 4, South Africa.
Variations, we have seen some variations from him. Brilliant bowling, and he is trying his best to all those singles and boundaries to get it stopped. And yes, Bangladeshi flags are waving on there at the gallery, and most of the youngsters are there watching cricket, watching their favorite players playing cricket for them. And it's a great opportunity to come along here at Shahid Kamaruজ্জামান Stadium in numbers to watch cricket, to enjoy cricket, where cricket is all for them. Borshon again with the ball. He has just 5 left after this, so this spell will be so much crucial. Wicket to wicket delivery, but soft hand single been taken. He has been playing very soft-handed. David Tigger, he's 61 of 86, full of proper cricketing shots, soft hand shots. So far, too good for Bangladeshi bowlers. Yes, the Tigers, you can see at the gallery, yes, in front of the flag, and all the camera works will be there, focusing on the crowds to develop the regional cricket for BCB. High up in the air, a bit uppish. Oh, misfield. A misfield there, fumble. Allowed the batters to go for the second one.
Exactly. This kind of misfield is not expected as we are verging towards to the death over, we are on the 38th over. After that, the next 10 overs, there will be another power play, and then the batters will look forward to get more runs.
Yes, log overs are coming on. So this sort of edges will definitely pump up your bowlers. Driven nicely through our point. So another single been taken. So this is the key phase where you need to take wickets. You need to have those scalps. 6 wickets down there remaining for South Africa. And if you could take all those, at least restrict them within 180, then there will be a great chance of winning this match right here. And Borshon, he needs to get his groove back, Tausif.
Exactly. But this time it's a beautiful delivery. It was a slower one. It was incoming for the batter. Juan James tries to drive it, but not a proper executing shot. The batter misses it and it goes to the wicketkeeper. No damage has been done yet, but I think Juan James is someone who you needs to look out in the death over, as well as David Tigger. He is also settled down. He is now on to his 60s. So he's also another crucial one.
Yeah, definitely. And Liam Alder there, Pille, Martian Pille is there also. Handy with the bat, up in the air. But again, unfortunate Borshon, jack back in, a short lane delivery, surprised bounce from Borshon. Brilliantly bowled. Juan James had no clues and just had a mere defense to get the ball back to the fielder, but went on to that vacant position just in the middle of the 2 fielders. Full toss. But for the pace, for the genuine pace, he couldn't just get enough time to punish it, except just driven towards that backward point for a single to finish. Good over though, 4 runs coming in. 142 for 4. Umbrellas are there at the ground and at the same time at the galleries for the safeguards over there. So it's a cloudy condition. Tausif, you were talking about, you was pointing about it at the toss time. There might be a probability of having few perceptions over there.
Well, exactly, but so far it has been good. The weather has seemed no issue in this game, and Bangladesh are trying their best to be in this game. You were saying about 180, and that's what they are eyeing for. That's what they need. River sweep this time, couldn't match it, but no damage again for the South Africans. But the intention is clear right now, Prantor. They are going for the big shots.
Unconventional shots, definitely. The reverse sweeps are very much dangerous, yet very much effective if you can hit, if you can connect it properly.
This time, he drives it, but there is a protection in the inner circle. No run will be taken. 2 back-to-back dot deliveries, the crucial one. The South African team management will definitely love to see that. They might want to see at least the rotation of the strikes, at least doubles and singles, and a boundary.
Yeah, definitely a backfoot cut. Again, pressure is mounting on and on. Back-to-back lots of dot deliveries, starting from the last over. From here, if you could just calculate those 9 or 10 deliveries, you could find 6 to 7 dot balls. So again, another dot balls keeps that pressure alive up on the Africans. Flighted one, Googly onto that driven slot for a single though. So you have to restrict them, as I was talking about, for those singles and doubles. You have that field positions very much tied inside the circle. So that's the ultimate way to just impose pressures to your batter's mind, to the back of the mind, to your batter, to your opposition. So that's been doing by the Bangladeshi bowlers and fielders.
Well, exactly. And so far they have been able to successfully done that. Wasi, he's continuing. Only 2 runs has been conceded. That's a good comeback, I should say, after the last few overs. He's now getting himself together. He has 2 more overs of his personal spell. 43 runs has already been done by this batting pair. This time it's a wide delivery, another extra. 144 for 4. South Africa 39.5 overs has been played so far in this innings.
Exactly. So these sort of loose deliveries or extra deliveries will definitely hurt them. Again, outside off, what an over from Wasi. Brilliantly bowled, backed up his team brilliantly. A dot to finish, 40 gone. We are just moving towards the business end of this series. Slog overs coming up. So those who haven't been able to switch on to the BCB official YouTube channel, just switch back your mobile. Here's the batting card. David Tigger and Juan James, 2 unbeaten batters, 2 captains over there. 63 of 88 for Tigger and Juan James 25 of 45, taking his time, getting a bit time to get settled down. So Liam Alder, Romashan Pillay, all are there to come forward at the later part of the innings. Benjamin Hansen is the bowling card. Sifo can also bat a bit. Motion with the ball again, checking his shot, and that's the catch. What a delivery. Beautifully bowled, the same one he bowled to Juan James. This time to David Tigger, the big fish gone. 5th one down for South Africa, 144 for 5. Yes, Bangladesh is right back in the contest of taking the important wicket of David Tigger. You would love to see the replay. That brilliant delivery from Boshon did not compromise with his sheer pace, bowled at perfect line and did not allow David Tigger any sort of rooms outside of a sudden shot of the deliveries, and the man was there at the point for a diving effort. What a shot, what a catch it was. High jumping up in the air to negotiate the shot, but couldn't just hold it properly, so 5th down. And I would like to give Tausif a riddle. Are we ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the next batter, his name is quite similar of that part of our body which is not kept calm in critical situations.
That's all for you. I'm not good with riddles.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm not good with
It's our
riddles.
head man who just can't keep it calm in situations like this, at least from here. 5 wickets down, you need to be very much careful and cool and calm in head. So definitely Oliver Whitehead has just arrived with his cool and calm head. Not that much cool and calm from him in the previous matches, so this time he needs to support his skipper, Juan James, right from here for at least a modest score of 190 or 200. Yes, 200 plus a bit would definitely give some sort of chances to South Africa to win this series along with the match.
Precisely. And credit goes to Bangladeshi bowler Boshon again. He came back and came back strong. He'd taken the wicket of a set batter, and the danger man departs, the David Tigger. But Juan James is still there. We have seen that he can go for big shots. He have a very good wrist work and wrist power, a deadly combination for any batter and any bowler for this in the cricket arena. But Whitehead, he has faced his first delivery. No run has been taken so far. 144. Prantor, you are saying about 190 and 180 should be the target right now for the South Africans. Let's see, are they being able to get it or not? But I think it's the perfect time to go for the big shots and look for the maximums as much as they can, and also maintaining the strike rotation.
Yes, in between, the strike rotation has been done with a very risky run. in the middle. It was being played very soft, down towards that point region. Fielder just coming back to collect the ball in a cross situation and had that throw to that striking end. Again, Shockland delivery outside off. Just couldn't cut that ball because of that pace and bounce. Couldn't just have any sort of rooms for the batter.
Exactly. And right now, it's very, very crucial for the both teams. These 10 overs are gonna be the game decider. And he drives it well. It's a beautiful square drive. But the connection wasn't perfect. That's why it won't go for any boundary, but they will be able to make a single. But as I was saying, these 10 overs is going to be the game decider. Whether the second innings is going to be a bit of advantageous position for Bangladesh or not.
Completely agreed with you, Tasif. Because in these overs, batsmen will definitely tend to have those ramp shots. Outside off again, a low full toss. Just couldn't have that advantage of having some sort of runs to having those gaps. Another over's gone, 41 gone, 147 for 5. And at the same time, I would just having that argue with Tausif in different cases, because that also will open up that wicket-taking chances. While they will be going wild, they will be going rough to the bowlers. And that should also be focused on with the Bangladeshi bowlers, as chances will get opened, they will need to grab those with a full hand. At the same time, South Africa just not being that much unstable, impatience of playing their shots, and just pick the loose deliveries very much cautiously, very much perfectly from here to have that 200 runs mark.
Well, I think that's a worth-willing taking risk, but because you have 5 more wickets on your hand, you have the best batter who is going for the big shots, who is taking up the boundaries. So this is a perfect time and a perfect worth taking risk for the South Africans, I think, to go for the big shots, to go for the boundaries. Because if you see the field placement, that's what it indicates. It's a beautiful lofted straight drive. It will go for the maximum. It's a 6. And guess what? It came from the hands of Whitehead.
Exactly. It comes from the hand of Whitehead. Okay, it's nice. Yes, straight as possible. This is the safest shot. We often get used to hear this word that Shojamar in Bangla. Definitely again, tended that straight drive high up in the air, fielder underneath it, and took the catch perfectly. After an immediate effect of that straight drive, here comes Trophy with the celebration, with the marking one. And what a game-changing wicket it could be for Bangladesh. The straight sort of deliveries, a loopy one, but this time a lot more closer to the wicket-to-wicket channel, did not allow the batter to go big and to go wide. And for that reason, he just got that ball straight up in the air, and the long-on fielder did not miss the chance of having the wicket of the South African skipper.
Well, the said batter departs, Juan James, 32 for 50. It was the wicket taken by Rafi, and the catch was taken by Rizan Hussain. So Rizan is all the way into the grounds. Wherever you go, you will find him. But this delivery was brilliant. First one, he tried to keep the ball on the off-stump channel. On the very next delivery, he changes the bowling length and goes for the fuller one in the off and middle stump. Juan was confident because he got a 6 in the previous delivery. He goes for another maximum, but the timing wasn't perfect. The ball hits on the toe part and he gets out. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant bowling from
And the
Bangladesh.
catch, definitely.
Exactly.
High up in the air.
It was a one-handed catch, by the way,
Yes,
Branko.
underneath the sun and underneath that sunshine, you need to be very much perfect to search for the ball and to grab it perfectly. 6th down now, 153 for 6 South Africa under 19. Very timely wicket, Romashan Pillay. Not that much good time to come in I've just caught up with Ramashan Pille's father down there, and he was very much tensed about his son coming out with bat. And in this situation, after a while ago, he was saying that it's been a balanced one from here on for the both sides. But now I have to say, Tausif, that it is a bit more friendlier to Bangladesh while having those 6 wickets of the Africans. Again, another single been taken through that wide long on.
Well, definitely Bangladesh will being able to get the momentum right now. They have been able to send back the 2 set batters from the South African side. So it's a very positive thing. They are pumped up and they will be looking for more wickets. But Ramashan Pille is there and Whitehead is there, so they needs to go for the runs as well. They needs to find out how to manage to get close to 180, 190 or 200 if it's possible. Then it will be brilliant for the South Africans. The last delivery of this over drives it well, but no run will be taken. So a dot ball to finish up the over after 42 overs, 155 for 6, South Africa.
Left-hander, Rabbi. Again a reverse sweep, a huge appeal, but not given. I think it came from the bat. Definitely a good side from the umpire. And yes, it is. Why they are tending to have those reverse sweeps? Because you have a fielder in charge down there at the backward point, in a good position, in a good role there.
Well, exactly.
Again,
you were mentioning about the role, but I think, Prantor, the important fact is right now that Bangladeshis got 2 back-to-back wickets. They have been able to set back the 2 batters. They need to focus on restricting runs right now. If they go for the wickets, it can bounce back or it can be a boomerang effect for them.
Again a warning for Ramashan Pille from the bowler Rabbi. Just got stopped. Seeing Pille just losing his mark. Again a reverse sweep. The ball is traveling towards the 3rd man. 2 runs is there. Yes, 2 run is definitely there. 157 now, so they are trying that unconventional shot, that reverse sweep. Every sort of African under 19 players, the batters, do try that reverse sweep again. A back foot cut been attempted, but point fielders will definitely take care of it. So another dot. So for that pressure, I guess, Tausif, it's been so far a very tight overs. Again a reverse sweep this time. Appealed again, but he just managed to convince himself that it would definitely miss the leg.
Well, Prantor, I think it's a very bad move from the batter's perspective because the leg side is wide open. He can go for the sweeps, the usual one.
Absolutely.
There is no need to go for the reverse sweep on and again. There is a bit of a backward square leg in the inner circle. It's short. So if you cleared it, you will have a boundary. You can go for the usual ones. Anyways, 43 overs has been completed, 158 for 6, South Africa.
Yes, those are the fan of Lionel Messi, the World Cup winning player. He just joins Miami, Inter Miami, and Inter Miami welcomed Lionel Messi there with a grand style, with some arrangements over there, a blistering one, some eye-opening one from Inter Miami. So definitely a big news for the football fans all around the world coming back to this match. Onto the leg, a bit high from Rafi, using his height, Rafi, pretty much well. That's his USP and that's his very much strength side, because you got to move that height, you got to move your hand straight, a bit upright, and you got to just drive the batter in for that high lofted shot. What a shot! It's a slog sweep. Talking about the height of Rafi, it was a damn sheer height for six through that mid wicket. What a shot! Whitehead into the song with the hands.
Well, I was mentioning that you need to go for the slog sweeps, don't go for only reverse sweeps. And this time, he gets a boundary. It's a beautiful one, just shuffles a bit, picks up the lane beautifully, and it goes all the way for six. This time a shorter one, tries to pull it. It couldn't manage it, so a dot ball. At least a boundary will make it up for South Africa for this over.
Yes, completely agreed with you. This can change the scenario very much. And what a slog save it was from Whitehead. Again, a back foot drive through that mid off to long off region for a single. So this six definitely will be hurting the cause of restricting South Africa within the score of 180 or 190. So usually there. So any sort of over that cost, I guess, 7 to 8 runs from here on, they will definitely eye on to that 200 plus marks. Driven there in the driving slot, but couldn't just get past the fielder, Ramashan Pillai.
Well, exactly. The last ball of this over for Rafi. It's a shorter one, quicker one, cuts it well. It will go all the way for boundary. A brilliant one. I was saying that it needs a boundary. So the 11 from this over, a brilliant over for South Africa. And the score moves on to 169 for 6. Well, Borshan is on the attack again. 1 wicket has been able to take today. He will face the 45th delivery. It's a beautiful shot, but it don't go all the way for boundary. One bounce to the fielder. 170 for 6. Pranthor was talking about 180. So they are very close to it. I think there is a chance to cross 198 or 200.
Or even 200 plus, definitely from here on, because Pillai and Whitehead both are very much capable of scoring runs, hitting some clean shots, as you just saw there, with the down to knees flick onto that backward scallop region. So definitely any sort of balls, any sort of shortland deliveries, they'll be just hammered away from here on. Again, a signal been taken towards that third man region for Ramashan Pillai. Whitehead now on strike. Did hit a beautiful 6 in the previous over.
Exactly.
Good bowling, wide, a bit of low full toss, but could not just get past that fielder. Another single though.
Exactly. 3 singles has been taken so far. So right now they need a boundary to make it
I
up.
think they need to target a specific bowler, Tausif, more precisely, because Borshan doing very well, coming back very strong, getting his line and lengths back. At the same time, Rizan has just 2 overs left. So with those 2 overs, definitely they won't be going up, or they can't be going up that much high. Again, the shortland delivery down to the keeper for a dot. So I was talking about targeting specific bowler. So that could have been so much important to score runs from here. But who would you like to target? Because 2 overs from Borshan, 2 overs from Rizan, that's wrap up the 4 over, but you'll be left with 1.
Exactly. And I totally agree with you, but this time he cuts the ball, cuts it well, and gets a boundary. Pillai is on the move right now. And I was saying, Prantor, one and on again, you were mentioning about targeting the bowler. I think they are setting that at least we will get 5 to 10 runs per over to get a good total.
Absolutely not a good ball. Loose delivery. Just guided that ball through that cut shot towards the backward point region. There was no chance for the fielder down there. Full length, driven nicely, but the position is there for just topping the ball through that point region for a single more to finish things off. 45 gone, 177 for 6, South Africa under 19.
"45 overs has been played so far, and Rabbi is on the attack. 6 overs has been bowled by him on his very first spell. 27 runs conceded without having any wickets. And Romashan Pillai is on strike. Here he goes. A slow one. It's a slow one and shot guided towards the point to get a single. As I was saying, they are targeting to the overs. They have targeting the overs. At least they are eyeing for 11 to 10 runs on each over to get a very good maximum on the scorecard. Whitehead is on strike, slow one. It's inside edge, appealing, and it's out. Another wicket falls for South Africa, and it's a crucial one. It's Whitehead who is logging, and guess what? Rabbi gets his man. 6 wicket falls for the South Africa on 178. Well, Rabbi just make his job done. It was a slower and a fuller length delivery inside edge and a brilliant catch taken by the wicketkeeper. Amazing way to get back in the game. Whitehead departs and the new batter comes onto the crease. 178. We were saying that it's quite possible to pass 200, but by taking this wicket, Bangladesh comes back and they turns out the momentum towards them.
Completely agreed with you, Tausif, because this sort of situation, when you have some sort of wickets and some brilliant sort of wickets captured, so definitely you will be eyeing to wrap things up so quickly from here on.
Well, precisely, Rabbi, he got his only wicket today. He might be eyeing for more. And the new batter, he will be facing at cuts it, but this time the inner circle is there. So no run will be taken. The main crucial part here is about the momentum, Prantor. They were on the song, they were going for the boundaries. But right now, the new batter will have to take some time, needs to get settled down.
Yes,
then he will be able
Hansen, the wicketkeeper batter. And yes, you're talking about Tausif for some sort of breakthroughs again. Oh, very much unlucky there, Rabbi. What happened to them? Everybody's going for that river sweep. Come on, this is a clear-cut, straight match you need to play there. Look at the straight drive. You were nowhere there. Oh my goodness.
Exactly. Instead, they could have gone for the slog sweep. And as we were mentioning it, that leg side is quite open for it. If they can connect it and clear the inner circle, then they will be able to get an easy boundary. Anyways, 46 overs has been played so far, 179 for 7.
2 runs, a wicket, important one of Whitehead, definitely moving ahead for Bangladeshis from here on. দুর্দান্ত বাংলাদেশ। ব্যাটিং স্কোর কার্ডটা দেখিয়ে দিচ্ছি আপনাদের সবাইকে। 63 সর্বোচ্চ স্কোর ডেভিড টিগারের, যিনি অধিনায়কত্ব করছেন না এই ম্যাচে। জুয়ান জেমস, যিনি অধিনায়কত্ব করছেন, 32 রান করেছেন এখন পর্যন্ত। সো এই দুটোই তাদের সর্বোচ্চ স্কোর এই ম্যাচে, এই ফিফথ অ্যান্ড ফাইনাল একদিনের আন্তর্জাতিক ম্যাচে দক্ষিণ আফ্রিকা অনূর্ধ্ব 19 দলের এই মুহূর্তে 179, 7 উইকেট হারিয়ে তাদের সংগ্রহ। 47তম ওভারের খেলা শুরু হচ্ছে। বর্ষণ, উইকেটের বর্ষণ করতে তিনি কিন্তু প্রস্তুত। তার কাছ থেকে উইকেটের বর্ষণই চাইবে বাংলাদেশ। একটি উইকেট নিয়েছেন এখন পর্যন্ত। দুর্দান্ত লাইন এন্ড লেন্থে বোলিং করে চলেছেন বর্ষণ। পেস নিয়ে বিন্দু মাত্র কোনো কম্প্রোমাইজ করছেন না।
Well, exactly.
Yes, কমবক্সে আছি প্রান্তর এবং তাসিফ বলতে চাচ্ছিলেন এক্স্যাক্টলি কিছু।
Well, precisely, তিনি পেস নিয়ে তেমন কোনো কম্প্রোমাইজ করছেন না, এবং সব থেকে ইম্পর্টেন্ট হচ্ছে পেসের পাশাপাশি লাইন অ্যান্ড লেন্থটাও মেনটেন করা লাগে, যেটা তিনি দুর্দান্তভাবে করছেন। ইনফ্যাক্ট টিল দ্য লাস্ট ডেলিভারি, যদিও উইকেট কিপার এন্ডে খানিকটা ফাম্বল হয়েছিল, সেই সুযোগে একটি রান নিয়েছেন। বাট স্টিল আই থিঙ্ক বর্ষণ কিন্তু খুবই চমৎকারভাবে, ইনফ্যাক্ট এই ডেথ ওভারে চমৎকার কিছু ডেলিভারি করে গিয়েছেন। এবং সব থেকে ইম্পর্টেন্ট, তিনি কিন্তু জুয়ান জেমসের উইকেটটা তুলে নিয়েছিলেন, যেটা কিনা দুর্দান্ত ছিল।
নিঃসন্দেহে উইকেটটা খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ছিল। জুয়ান জেমস একটু বিপজ্জনক হয়ে উঠতে গিয়েছিলেন, তখনই কিন্তু আঘাতটা হেনেছিলেন তিনি। সো অবশ্যই একটা দুর্দান্ত স্পেল কাটাচ্ছেন তিনি তার বোলিংয়ে। কভার ড্রাইভ, সুইপার কভার অঞ্চলের দিকে গেছে বল, একটি রানের বেশি যদিও পাবেন না সেখানে। একটি রান কিন্তু এই মুহূর্তে সাউথ আফ্রিকার যেই আশাটা আছে মোটামুটি 200+, 220 বা 230 এই উইকেটে, যেখানে এখন পর্যন্ত খুব একটা বেশি টার্ন লক্ষ্য করা যাচ্ছে না বাউন্স বাদে। সো এই ইনিশিয়াল প্রাথমিক ধাপটা যদি বাংলাদেশ ব্যাটিংয়ে নেমে কমপ্লিট করে ফেলতে পারে, তাও কিংবা 200 রানের একটা টার্গেটে, তখন কিন্তু এই ম্যাচটা তাদের কাছ থেকে হাতছাড়া হয়ে যাবে। দুর্দান্ত ব্রিলিয়ান্ট বোলিং ফ্রম বর্ষণ, পারফেক্ট ওয়ান ফর টেইল এন্ডার। বেঞ্জামিন হ্যাড নো ক্লু হোয়াটসোএভার, কোনো কিছু বুঝে ওঠেননি। ডাক করা যেন লেখাই ছিল এই বলটাতে। Brilliant delivery.
Exactly, and it was a very surprising one for him. He didn't expecting this, but it was a well-directed bouncer. And Borshon is doing fantastic work in his very death overs. 1 wicket, 39 runs, 8.4 overs has been bowled so far.
বডি লাইন বোলিং যেটা করছেন এখন পর্যন্ত বর্ষণ, প্রায় দেখা যাচ্ছে আবারও সেম কাইন্ড অফ বোলিং, শর্ট লেন্থ, একদমই উইকেট টু উইকেট। ব্যাটারের গা ঘেঁষা, ব্যাটারকে জানিয়ে দেওয়া হচ্ছে যে আমি আক্রমণ করে যাব এরকম বাউন্সার দিয়ে, কোনো রুম দেওয়া হবে না আপনাকে। এবং এই রুম না দেওয়ার কারণে কোনো শটও কিন্তু অফার করতে পারছেন না ব্যাটার। এবং প্রথাগত একদম মানে বলে না যে জাত ব্যাটার, তাও কিন্তু নন হ্যানসেন কিপার ব্যাটার হলো এখনকার যুগে এরকম দেখা যায়। সো আপার কাট গুলো কিন্তু ব্যাটে বলে ঠিক মতো করতে পারছেন না। সো এই কারণে কিন্তু প্রেশারটা আরো বেশি বাড়ছে। এবারে করেছেন, কানেক্ট করেছিলেন, বাট একদম সরাসরি সেই কানেকশনটা গিয়ে হলো ফিল্ডারের হাতে। জায়গা করে খানিকটা এবার পেছনের দিকে ঝুঁকে একটা কাট করার চেষ্টা, সোজা উড়ে গিয়ে ফিল্ডারের হাতে। বর্ষণের দ্বিতীয় উইকেট বর্ষণের কথা বলছিলাম, তিনি যেন সেটা একদম দেখিয়ে দিচ্ছেন কিভাবে গতির সাথে আপোষ না করে উইকেট তুলে নেওয়া যায়।
Exactly. And South Africa are in a deep trouble right now. Benjamin, he was there, যিনি কিনা একটু হলেও স্কোর কার্ডটাকে কোনো মতে 200-র কাছে নিয়ে যাওয়ার একটা সম্ভাবনা রাখতে পারতেন, তিনি কিন্তু এই মুহূর্তে প্যাভিলিয়নে যাচ্ছেন। And this time এর উইকেটটার মধ্য দিয়ে কিন্তু মিডল লেট অর্ডার যেটাকে আমরা বলে থাকি বা টেল এন্ডার বলে থাকি সেটা কিন্তু ওপেন হয়ে গেল সাউথ আফ্রিকার জন্য।
অবশ্যই এখানে মারাইসের জায়গায় উইকেট কিপার হিসেবে কিন্তু বেঞ্জামিন হ্যানসনকে নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে, সো ডেফিনেটলি একটা বিগ কল ছিল সাউথ আফ্রিকার এন্ড থেকে, বাট সেটা কিন্তু খুব একটা বেশি কার্যকর হলো না সাউথ আফ্রিকার জন্য। সো ইয়েস, সাউথ আফ্রিকান 19 are in deep trouble starting on the 48th over. In fact, they are in deep trouble. 181 for 8 now. 48th over starting on Liam Alder. He should have brought back in a bit earlier. A very late movement of him, of his batting order, diving it forward, brilliantly fielded of his own bowling. Restricted the batter of not taking a single though. We won't let anything except a war, except that quality fielding.
Exactly. This time it's a slower delivery. He tried to give an off drive. Instead, it hit the toe part and goes for the on drive. And that's a quick, very quick running between the wickets between these two batters. And they makes it double. 183 for 8 right now, South Africa. Well, they had a momentum to cross 200. But right now, I think it's all about the Bangladeshi bowlers. They are doing fantastic from the very beginning and in the end part also. And it's a clean bolt. You miss, I hit. It's a fuller delivery. Billai misses it. And guess what? Another wicket for Rabbi.
Panic attack, complete panic attack from South Africa under 19. The ball was nowhere to hit. A very slow delivery, loopy one, straightener it was, an armor, and Pillay was expecting the shot, just coming back the ball right in front of his bat, expecting some turn, and look at the ball. It just did not move. Dead straight onto that middle and leg stump line. No room for Romashan Pillay to hit that ball. Fuller it was, teasing him, and just got rid of Pillay with a brilliant flipper it was from Rabbi. We saw yesterday Sakib Al Hasan bowling that flipper, a quick flipper to the batter, and now today Rabbi doing the same. It's been a classy bowling from Rabbi, learning from your seniors. That's been so far for this young side. Lots of there in the left armour spinner. You could see Rafi, Rabbi, all there. So this sort of learnings and this sort of footmarks definitely will just arise your encouragement for the future. The last man in, Sifo Futsuwane.
Exactly. The last man for the South Africans. 183 for 9. 47.3 overs has been played so far. Bangladesh has a brilliant bowling display in the death overs. They had a very good start in the power play, and as well as in the last 10 overs, they have been also delivered. They set a very good way
Yes.
to encourage themselves.
I was talking about that 180 to 190 score, that sudden death, that sudden panic attack of South African under 19 players, and that exactly happened, Tausif, because whenever you have that weaker late middle order and not that much having runs on board in a frequent way, like they were taking so many times to score runs, so that basically created that pressure automatically down to your late middle order to tail ender. So definitely that thing just patronized by the brilliant tight line and length bowling from Bangladesh, lightning fast, keeping there, lightning fast, stamping chance or opportunity been created by Borno, but the footstep was there in the crease deep inside by Sifa Futsuwane, a dot.
Exactly. Last ball of this over. Rabbi, a successful one. Only conceded 2 runs so far. It was a flighted delivery outside of stump. A dot ball to finish up the over. 48 overs has been played so far. South Africa 183 for 9.
last 2 overs game. And it's a game of 12 deliveries. You need to score at least 24 from here to get past that 210 mark or at least 200 marks. But you need to score those 17 runs first from these 12 deliveries. Boschon now with his pace, flip up the wrist. 2 runs. Definitely the throw is not that much strong. Nothing to do there. A bit squarish position of fielding setup for Liam Mulder. He will definitely check his shot. He will definitely does it because he had that courage of going big and he likes to take charge of the bowlers. We could see in the previous matches, so this man is definitely a crucial one for South Africa.
Without a doubt. This time, lofted on drive. It clears the boundary. 1, 2, and 3. Guess what? It's a 4. And a brilliant way to pick it up a boundary. You were mentioning it. He delivers it, Prantor.
Listening to the comm box, definitely, Tausif. And it's a matter of joke though, but it definitely clears that he has got some genuine power and sheer placement. I was talking about why he was not coming above the batting order. Why he was not just taking the charge from there at the late middle order. He comes late and South Africa would definitely thinking of sending him quick. A stopple pull, a straightener it was, and Alder was trying to have that second one but not pushed back early by Sifa Fotswane. So that's the thing, because basically you have your one of the highest run scorers, Liam Alder, keeping him for the late tail ender, I guess. So what's the point of not just promoting him up the order?
Well, I think it was about Juan James who was doing good. If he was gone out earlier, he would have come. But I think it was a bit of a strategical point of view as we see David Tigger. He was going very good, but all of a sudden the wicket was also taken. It was a very good strategical point from South African, but yet he had to come earlier, especially when Juan James got out.
Absolutely. Before Whitehead or Pillay, I guess, he would definitely love to do so. But let's not forget that they also played a good part. So definitely he was just put to have those big scores down under in the later part of the innings. The main thing, the main damage done basically in the mid overs where Bangladeshi bowlers was so much lethal to face on or so much calculative one. He's flashing his bat. Cover drive through that deep extra cover for a single. So after that boundary, he's got triple in between. So definitely 192 on board. Last over is very much important. Have that mental strength, have that mental edge from there to restrict the South Africans within the 200 runs mark. So that's been a key of this match.
Exactly. At least 30 runs short. We were talking about 230 would be a good total for this pitch. But still Bangladesh manages to restrict them below 200. That would be amazing. But this time it's a poor delivery and Sifo Fotswane makes it the maximum. It's a 6. It's a brilliant one. He picked up the lane very quickly and just guides it towards the backward fine leg for a maximum.
Short down onto that leg and middle stump. He just made his room and pulled it beautifully. Basically hooked it away to that fine leg region. What a shot. The fielder was there. He challenged him and cleared the fence. 49 gone. 198 for 9. So this is the penultimate over I was talking about. And costed a few runs. Boschon.
Well, in the last over, it was 15 runs, Prantos. So it's a brilliant over for South Africa. They were looking for it. And they are now close to 200. At least if they can make it 210, it would be amazing. Let's see. It's a biggie. It's a biggie one. It's a lofted one. It goes for the maximum. It goes for 6. Liam Adler is on fire right now.
Alder is taking the charge for the later part. 200 runs mark crossed for South Africans. What a shot. Let's see again. You could see it once again. down on his knees at the very last moment, waited for the ball, waited for the perfect line, waited for the pace, kept his eyes onto the ball, ice cool, and swept it beautifully through that mid-wicket region for a six. What an elegant shot from Liam Alder. 5 balls, 14 runs for him. Yes, this was an innings South Africa was looking. What a shot again. The fielder needs to do something. Did very well. Went for the second one and made it eventually.
Exactly. It was a quicker one, and he picked it up very nicely. But
He's targeting Tausif, that mid-wicket to car corner region, the V1.
Exactly. There is a reason, because Rabbi is going for the slower ones and keeping the bowling channel just outside of stump. That's why he has a wrist power. He's trying to maximize it by pulling the ball. This time again, it's a straighter one. It's a long on, and long on clears the boundary, and it's a 4. Another beautiful shot from Liam Alder.
Brilliantly played. As far as he just had that taste that Rabbi will bowl that straightener a bit lower, he got onto his knees and had that straight sweep beautifully. Again, he tried that, he missed that. Finally, Rabbi got the wicket of Liam Alder, and South Africa bundled out for 210 runs. What delivers a quicker one and drifted exactly down to that off and middle and just went on with that little one. A quicker, unplayable for Liam Alder. He's not happy. He shouldn't be. He's getting back to the pavilion. Tausif 211. Liam Alder gone for 20 of 8. This 20 runs has been that extra runs I was talking about from 190 to 210.
Exactly, and before the 49th over, I was saying about it. At least 210, that would be a
I
bonus.
was searching about Liam Alder. Where were you, buddy?
Well, here he was, and that eventually wraps up the South African innings. 210. They, after losing all the wickets, and Bangladesh will have to chase 211 on their second innings.
Absolutely. High fives all round, and Bangladeshi skipper might be feeling that this decent total should be chased down. It's getting a bit overcast now. Let's see the wicket again. A quick length delivery. Did not have that much up in the air. A bit lower down. For that reason, just couldn't get his hold high. Liam Alder, and was clean bowled. So ripped up all the wickets of South Africa under 19, Bangladesh under 19, bowled very well, and now it's left for their batters to keep the paddle higher and have that higher gear time to time to chase it down. A bit cloudy condition, as I was mentioning, kind of black clouds over there. We had some drizzles earlier on, but not that much heavier to stop the match. So we are expecting the fuller one right from here. 12:21, the local time. So you will have a 30 minutes of a gap between two innings when Bangladesh under 19 will come up to chase 211 runs. We would like to see the batting card. 50 for Tiger. Well played, 63. And yes, the covers are on. The covers are on. Definitely not a good side for a cricket match, and definitely not for Bangladesh here on. Though it would be easy for them to chase on because of the shower, the passing shower. I would like to say that it could make things easier. And here it is, Bangladesh under 19 need 211 runs to win. against South Africa under 19 to wrap this match and to wrap the series also. Here's the batting card. 63 for David Tigger, 27 for Richard Siltsoane, 32 for Juan James, and not so much supports from others. 20 for Liam Alder at the later part of the innings of just 8 deliveries. Definitely pumped up the South African score from 170-80 odd runs to 210 within 49.4 overs. All along. Pretorius, Thiba Gazedi all failed. Jonathan got for 7. 27 for Richard Siltsoane, 32 for Juan James. Oliver Whitehead has had 14, 15 for Ramashan Pillay. Not that much support from other side.
Well, the Bangladesh under 19. The bowling card, if we see Borshon, 10 overs, 54 runs, 2 wickets, has been able to take a pretty good economy. Rizan Hussain, the brilliant bowling guy, 8 overs, 15 runs, 2 wickets for him. Rafi, 8 overs, 39 runs, 2 wickets with a good economical spin bowling, as well along with Rabbi and Wasi. A bit of expensive, no wickets for him, but Rabbi, the guy who changed the game in the death overs, along with 3 wickets, conceding only 43 runs. And Ariful gave a bit of a good support in the middle overs, bowling 6 overs, having a maiden and 18 runs along with the wicket.
Yes, definitely completing that 7th bowler's quota, and that option of 7th bowler has been filled up nicely by him, as Rizwan bowled only an over, considered 4 runs, so someone had to have that competitiveness to score a bit run. So the partnership is going on. The highest one, of course, between Richard Siltsoane and David Tigger. That 51 runs partnership. Juan James, 41 runs partnership is there. Ramashan Pillay, 25 runs partnership, and Sifo Potsoane, 27 between Sifo and Liam. So that's the partnership was marching on for South Africa under 19, but not that much for having a score of 210 only. So 211 will be the target for Bangladesh under 19 from here on. We'll be right back at the run chase shortly after this break. Stay tuned to BCB official YouTube channel.
আদিবাসী ছাড়া কোনো কথা নেই।
ইনিংস ব্রেক চলছে অবশ্যই এবং ম্যাচটা কিন্তু দুর্দান্ত হতে যাচ্ছে। বাংলাদেশ আন্ডার 19 বনাম দক্ষিণ আফ্রিকা আন্ডার 19 এর খেলা লাইভ আমরা আছি অবশ্যই বিসিবির অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে এবং আমাদের সাথে আছেন এই ব্রেকে হাসিবুল হোসেন শান্ত, ওয়ান অফ দ্য ফাইনেস্ট পেসার্স আমরা যদি বলি তার যুগে। সো আমাদের পেস ব্যাটারির যে সূচনাটা তার হাত দিয়ে কিন্তু হয় এবং তিনি আছেন বাংলাদেশ অনূর্ধ্ব 19 দলের সাথে। সো আমরা তাকে স্বাগতম জানাচ্ছি। স্বাগতম হাসিবুল শান্ত ভাই, কেমন আছেন?
জি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো।
কেমন মনে হচ্ছে অ্যাটমসফিয়ার থেকে শুরু করে সব? রাজশাহীতে খেলা হচ্ছে অনেকদিন পরে, সো পারফেক্ট কন্ডিশন টু প্লে।
অবশ্যই এখানে আসলে আন্ডার 19 আমাদের যে সামনে অনেক খেলা বাকি আছে, বাট এখান থেকে আমাদের প্লেয়ার সিলেকশনের যে ব্যাপারটা এখনো কাজ চলছে। তো আমার মনে হয় যে এখানে এই খেলাগুলিতে যারা ভালো খেলছেন তাদেরকে বাছাই করে আমরা কিন্তু মেইন খেলাতে মেইন 15 জন আমরা বাছাই করবো। সো ফার এখন পর্যন্ত যা হচ্ছে খুব ভালোভাবে আগাচ্ছে আমাদের ক্রিকেট।
কতটা প্রসপেক্ট আছে এই কান্ট্রিতে? যদি আমি বলি ক্রিকেটের কথা, সেটা তো আলাদা একটা উন্মাদনা আছে, বাট যে প্রসেসটার কথা আমরা সবসময় বলি যে প্রসেস, তারপরে সেখান থেকে উঠে আসা জাতীয় দলে পারফর্ম করা, সো সেই হিসেবে এই অনূর্ধ্ব-19 দলটা কেমন দেখছেন?
অবশ্যই আমাদের তো টার্গেটই থাকে যে আমরা এখান থেকে আমাদের সামনের এই প্রজন্ম যাতে সামনে আমাদের ন্যাশনাল টিমে ভালো খেলতে পারি সেদিক থেকে আমরা বাছাই করে প্লেয়ার তৈরি নিয়ে আসি। সো এখানে যারা আছেন, কিছু ব্যাটসম্যান আছেন, কিছু বলার আছেন, বিশেষ করে আমাদের লেগ স্পিনার আছে এখানে যারা সামনের ফিউচারের জন্য খুবই উদীয়মান প্লেয়ার। সো আমি মনে করি এখান থেকে কিছু পেস বোলার এবং স্পিন বোলার, উপরের সাথে কিছু ব্যাটসম্যান আছেন যারা সামনে আমাদেরকে দেশের জন্য কিছু নিয়ে আসতে পারবেন।
ফ্রম দ্য রোল অফ এ বোলিং কোচ, ফ্রম হিয়ার দ্য সিলেক্টার্স, আপনার রোলটা সময় সময়ে যে এই যে এভাবে যে কার্যকরী হচ্ছে বারবার বা পরিবর্তন হচ্ছে, এই রোলের সাথে কিভাবে নিজেকে মানিয়ে নিচ্ছেন কিভাবে?
আসলে বেসিক্যালি আন্ডার 19 যে আমরা সিলেকশন করছি, এই যে এখানে আসলে মেইনলি হান্নান সরকার উনি পুরো প্লেয়ারদের সিলেকশন করছেন, তার মাঝখানে আমরা কিছু ফিডব্যাক দিই, সেগুলো উনি ওগুলো নিয়ে কাজ করেন। সো সোফার এখন পর্যন্ত হান্নান সরকার যেভাবে আগাচ্ছেন আমার মনে হয় সেটাকে খুব চমৎকারভাবে নিয়ে যাচ্ছে টিমটাকে। আই হোপ আমাদের সামনে এশিয়া কাপ আছে, তারপরে ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ। তো এশিয়া কাপে আমাদের যে টার্গেটটা থাকবে সেখানে ভালো কিছু করার। সোফার এখন পর্যন্ত চমৎকারভাবে টিমটা গুছিয়ে যাচ্ছে আর কি।
ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপের কথা বললেন, অবশ্যই বড়দের ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ তো সামনে আছে অক্টোবরে। ছোটদের ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ নিয়ে যদি আমি বলি যে অনূর্ধ্ব-19 ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ কিন্তু সামনে 2024 সালের যে ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপটা শ্রীলঙ্কার মাটিতে হবে। সো এই কন্ডিশনের সাথে বাংলাদেশের কন্ডিশনের অনেকটা মিল। সো এইরকম টুর্নামেন্ট কতটা কার্যকরী হতে পারে আমাদের প্রিপারেশনের জন্য বা একটা লক্ষ্যের জন্য, যে আমরা 2020 সালের স্মৃতিটা যদি আবার রোমন্থন করতে পারি বা আবার পুনরাবৃত্তি করতে পারি, সেখানে বাংলাদেশের পসিবিলিটিটা কতদূর?
না আসলে বেসিক্যালি আমরা চ্যাম্পিয়নের জন্য অবশ্যই খেলি, বাট আমাদের এখানে টার্গেট থাকে যে আমরা আমাদের যে প্রসেসিংটা থাকে এখান থেকে আমরা প্লেয়ার তৈরি করা, আমরা যাতে ভবিষ্যতে আমাদের বাংলাদেশ টিমে যাতে এরা এখানে সার্ভিস দিতে পারে সেদিকে চিন্তা করি আমরা আগাই। সোফার এখনও যদি ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপে চিন্তা করেন তাহলে ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপে খেলা এখন যে টিম আছে সেখান থেকে চিন্তা করলে আসলে আমি বলবো যে চান্সেস 50-50। সো ফুল বলা যাচ্ছে না, বাট টিমে আরও চেঞ্জেস আসবে, বিকজ এখনও এশিয়া কাপ বাকি আছে, একটা ট্রাইনের সিরিজ বাকি আছে, সেখান থেকে হয়তো বা আরও কিছু প্লেয়ার সিলেক্ট করা হবে, তারপর ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপের জন্য কিন্তু একটা টিম তৈরি করা হবে। সো এখন বলা ভেরি টাফ, বাট তারপরে যা আছে সেই অনুযায়ী 50-50 বলবো যে চান্সেস আছে ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপে ভালো কিছু করার।
অবশ্যই 2-3 জন প্লেয়ারের নাম যদি আমি বলি হাসিবুল হোসেন শান্তকে, যে কাকে মনে হচ্ছে একটু বেশি সম্ভাবনাময়?
আরিফুল আছেন, বর্ষণ আছেন, এরা ভালো সার্ভিস দিতে পারবেন। তারপরে আপনার রিজন আছেন, এরা আসলে মোটামুটি বেশ ভালো খেলছেন। সো আমার মনে হয় যে এদের মধ্যে থেকে দু একজন মানুষ সার্ভিস দিবেন।
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংকস লট ফর দ্য ইনডেপথ ইন্টারভিউ। অ্যান্ড আমরা সরাসরি ফিরে যাব এবার কম বক্সে, যেখানে আমরা চেজিং ইনিংসটা নিয়ে চলে আসব। বাংলাদেশের লক্ষ্য কিন্তু 2024 বিশ্বকাপে ভালো খেলা, এবং এই ম্যাচে যদি আমরা ফেরত আসি তাহলে বাংলাদেশের টার্গেটটা কিন্তু 211 করতে হবে এই ফুল অ্যান্ড ফাইনাল ম্যাচটা জিততে হলে। যেই ম্যাচটা জিতলে কিন্তু বাংলাদেশ এই সিরিজটা, ইউথ ওডিআইটা জিতে যাবে। সো ব্যাক টু দ্য কমেন্ট্রি বক্স নাও।
Hello and welcoming you all once again to Shohid Kamaruzzaman Stadium, Rajshahi, and the second innings begins here. Whitehead in the bowling attack started with a wide. The two openers has entered into the crease along with Adil and Rizwan. They are the two opening batters. And meanwhile, Whitehead is on the bowling attack from the South Africa. 211 runs. That's the target that Bangladesh will need to chase down in order to win this match. In fact, to win this series. Second ball of this over, soft hand push. There's a fielder in the inner circle. So no run. 2 balls has been played so far. Bangladesh have been able to get a run from an extra. It was wide on the very first delivery of this innings. So Adil Siddiq and Rizwan, the two opening batters here are for Bangladesh. Here he goes, Whitehead with his second ball. It's a good delivery, pulled it out nicely. It goes all the way to the mid-wicket region. Though there's a fielder, only a single will be taken. And the score ticks up to 2. We are here. Just what a match we are having right now. This series is level 2-2. Both the teams have won 2 matches. And right now we're in the series decider game. And in the second innings, Bangladesh is chasing 211. Another beautiful delivery. It was a rising one. The batter wanted to cut the shot, but lastly, he refuses to play it. Still, 2 runs have been able to gather in the scorecard. If we talk about the first innings, South Africa was doing pretty neat in the middle overs, but the first 10 overs and the last 10 overs, it was all about the Bangladeshi bowlers who dominated completely and outplayed the South African side. This time, back foot cover drive, and it's an inner circle fielder is ready. So, no run has been taken so far, and in the commentator's box, we have Shanu Rabbani.
Thank you so much, Tausif. Yeah, it's good to be here in Rajshahi for the first time commentating in the 5th and final ODI. This is the decider in the youth ODI series between Bangladesh under-19 and South Africa under-19. Obviously, South Africa, they've posted an interesting total. I wouldn't say it's formidable, but I think it's a total that's iffy, that makes you work hard for the runs, and Bangladesh under-19 boys will exactly have to do that. As Whitehead, he continues, and he started off pretty well after the wide in the first delivery. 3 dot balls in a row.
Exactly, and the South African side will definitely look forward to pick up some early wickets, and they will definitely keep their eye on the power play. First 10 overs, they will restrict them, try to restrict the Bangladeshi batters within the 30 odd runs and pick up some wickets as the Bangladeshis did in the very first innings.
Absolutely, Whitehead continuing with 1 slip. This time it's cut away and it finds the gap through deep point, goes all the way. It's the first boundary of the Bangladesh under-19 innings, and it's hit by Rizwan.
It's a beautiful shot. He waited till the last moment, and then it's a beautifully executed cut shot for a boundary. So a boundary to finish up the over. After first over, Bangladesh 6 without losing any wickets.
And as we noticed, it was a bit too short for Rizwan. There was space out in the covers and in the deep for him to cut it away, and he managed to do exactly that. So it's a good start for the Bangladesh under-19 team, as the clouds, they seem to be making their way away and away from the ground. That's what we want to see. Another change in the comm box, it seems, as I'm joined currently by Prantor Das Onai. Welcome, Prantor.
Thank you, Shanur. It's still overcast condition here at Rajshahi, and things not looking so good as per the weather concern, but definitely good for Bangladesh, because not that tough target to chase on.
Two interesting changes in the South African 11, and if you notice, from what I've heard, is that the two fast bowlers that they have, the two express pace fast bowlers, Tristan Lees and Kwena Mapaka, are both out of this team. And from what I've heard, Kwena is down with tonsillitis, so there was no chance of him making a play in this match. I'm not sure what exactly is the deal with Tristan. Maybe he's played too many games and he's being given a rest. But either way, South Africa's opening bowlers are not express pace. Neither is Romashan Pillai, who's currently bowling, or Oliver Whitehead, express pace like the other two. And that is something that the Bangladesh opening batter, the top order, can capitalize on. Bangladesh have wanted to bowl first, as Pillai continues. It's a good start by him, just as I was saying. A good shot as well by Sid. No run. 6 without loss after 3 overs.
Yes, the ball coming nicely onto the bat. I think to get along this total is just play your basic shots, basic cricket so far. A sleep is there, but I would like to see a couple of slips if South Africa would like to defend this total. Romashan Pillai, not much pace, Shanu talking about, had that cover drive, and but for a dot, and Pillai has been so far pretty much good with his bowling variations. He has that pace, he has that mixture of paces, so definitely he could be the trump card in the South African bowling lineup, though the two premium pace bowlers, Tristan Lees and Mapaka, as Shanu was talking about, but still, so far for Bangladesh, it's a good chance to win the series, to seal the series here. For another one, kind of over pitch delivery, right onto the off stump line, and played it gently, not that high, onto the shot towards the bowler for another dot. So 6 on the board. Shanur, things looking a bit easier here after the rain.
Absolutely. I think as the conditions dry up, it'll favor the batters more. They just need to hang in there. Siddiq facing last delivery. And once again, he hasn't been really coming onto the front foot to deal with the last 3 balls of Romashan Pillai. And it's a maiden over by him. Figured it out that off the front foot and on the 5th and 6th stump corridor, Pillai, the way he's bowling, the batter's been struggling to get away with him. So it's good bowling by the bowler. And for Siddiq, he's just new at the crease. 8 balls he's faced. He's just scored 1 run. So he will want to get a move along. And that's an area he might want to target as we see the Bangladesh under-19 national team coach. You know, he's done a really good job with the boys. I get the feeling that if he can continue with this unit, then Bangladesh will have a good chance in the upcoming under-19 World Cup. They are former under-19 World Cup champions. So bit of reputation, although this is a completely different bunch of players from the batch that won the last World Cup.
Back of full in delivery this time. Sleep is there so far, and they are searching for wickets. And you were talking about the bunch of cricketers they played for the World Cup glory there at South Africa. They won the final against India, and after 2 years, 2022, the Indian under-19 team won the World Cup again after a gap. So 2024 World Cup will be so much decisive on how teams are getting built up for furthermore. Had an edge, but just got struck onto the pads. Had a loud appeal, but not given there. I think probably the height was the factor, as well as just could have been missing that leg stump. So for that reason, we saw that Oliver Whitehead had so much tentative and so much nice along of going those seam deliveries, and after the replay, it's pretty much obvious that it might have missed the leg stump line, as the umpire does have the last.
This time it's cut, but to the fielder there, fielding well at gully, and then eventually the mopping up done by Point. So This is 9 dot balls in a row in this innings for the Bangladesh under-19 team. South Africa really turning the screws on after conceding 6 runs in the opening over. Oliver Whitehead in his 1.3 overs conceding 6 runs. Partnership of 6 from 15 deliveries. And yeah, the last appeal, it was a close one, I feel, for Rizwan to survive as Whitehead continues with comes down the track but doesn't manage the perfect connection. Manages to get a single, and you could tell that the pressure was building because of those 9 dot balls in a row that he decided to come down the track and play it. So yeah, there is a bit of bounce in this pitch. It's got a bit of a greenish tinge on it, and I think that'll favor the fast bowlers. So South Africa will really be missing the 2 express pace bowlers, Kwena Mapaka and Tristan Lees, as they look for early wickets, defending a total of 110.
That's a nicely pulled away shot. What a shot it was. Cleared that mid wicket. What a shot to have that boundary. Thumping one from Siddiq. He is roaring now. Had that ball at the perfect height and just hammered away for a 6. What a shot. I was talking about in the mid-break that it could have been a bit easy after the rain, and it just moving away this time. Look at the shot, Shanur. It was there to be hit. It was back of a length, right outside of the off-stump line. No there as the power play is going on. And it was just hammered away.
Yeah, fantastic shot, and the ball is, in fact, it's lost at the moment. They're looking to find it.
Shot.
It's a very good shot as well. I would have to say that he was looking for that shortish delivery to play. We noticed him struggling a bit with the fuller length deliveries from Romashan Pilla in the last over. So I think what Whitehead ideally would want to do is bowl it as full and as straight as possible. Bangladesh under-19 team need 198 runs to win, 283 balls. The run rate or the required run rate shouldn't be an issue. It's about keeping the wickets intact and getting the runs. The pitch, although it's got a bit of green on it, I think it's good for batting, and it's a very good wicket overall. So that 210 runs, it could prove to be a challenging total if Bangladesh lose wickets early on, but if they continue like this, they will eventually get there. Whitehead, on the other hand, I think he's got to think of a different way to go about this, because bowling short to these 2 opening batters is not the way. We saw Rizwan play a lovely cut shot in the first over as well, and now we're seeing a pull from Siddiq as the last delivery is going to be bowled by Ollie Whitehead. The partnership moves on to 13 from 17, and this time it's well defended, and the over finishes with a dot. So 3 overs, 19-13 loss. So as we can see, the batting card, still Rizan, Ariful, 9, Shihab, Boronno, Rabbi, Rafi. Bangladesh can bat all the way. So there's a lot of batting left for the local or the hosts. And at this moment, South Africa, they'll be missing the 2 express pace bowlers.
Yes, absolutely. You're talking about Bangladesh batting lineup, and they could have been very much handy of chasing these runs, but don't forget that they were just collapsed a bit in the last match, chasing down only 128 runs. So definitely chances there for South Africa if they could maintain that proper line and length to the Bangladeshi batters. Rizwan on strike. Romashan Pillay will be continuing. Driven nicely onto that driving slot. Fuller it was, and Pillay will definitely be trying. Let play Rizwan those cover drives, because he has that slip on the way, and anything he could have that outswinger way out of that off stump. Rizwan might have been trapped over there with the catch down to that second slip. So it's been a tight fielding positions all over. One man is there for the backfall delivery again onto that slot. The drive, but straight back to the fielder down there at deep extra cover region. As you can see, Shanur, lots of collapses that occurred before in the 19 tournaments. So it's more along a tricky wicket to bat on, as South Africa just got in the first 10 overs. They had that slight 60-40 ratios, and they just lost that battle into the middle overs when the pitch was a bit dry and a dusty one to have those spinners underway. And that the reason I think South Africa will look back to the Liam Alder spell so far, because he has been the pick of the bowlers for South Africa, and don't forget about Sivapal Soane. So he might get that much handy to just restrict Bangladeshi batters shots, or to play at least the basic crickets, because it's all about holding your nerves still, rock still, to chase this down.
Here, Roshan Pillai, this time on the leg side, but eventually the wicketkeeper does the job. And Bangladesh also sneak a single through. So it's not just the extra run, extra ball, but another run that they get via a bye. So Bangladesh just moving along nicely. Roshan Pillai, he's been good for the most part, but then there has been the odd wide delivery which he's had to bowl again. So he's coming back. This time it's much straighter, but it's driven beautifully through the onside. It's an on drive. There is a fielder chasing it. He won't get there. The outfield is bullet, and it goes all the way for 4 runs. The second boundary, the third overall, with the 1-6, 2 4s and a 6 in this innings. And in the power plays, Bangladesh are making hay. That's what I say, that make hay while the sun shines, and that's what Bangladesh are doing at the moment. As we can see, that delivery, it was on the slot, right. And you know, he really didn't come onto the front foot rising. He just maintained his balance, sitting, and then pushed it forward. It's one of the toughest shots to play in cricket, the on drive, and he did it to perfection. This time he lofts it over. He hasn't gotten enough timing though. It will beat the fielder, but not go all the way to the boundary. One more run of the 5th ball, so 20 without loss, Bangladesh under 19.
A sudden bounce from Roshan Pillai was there at the height for Rizwan. For Siddiq, Adil, pardon, and for that reason just couldn't hold that shot to complete it and to clear that boundary line. It's a good batting, a positive start from Bangladesh. Again, a bit Yorker than delivery, brilliantly bowled, brilliantly came back. Pillai with the dot delivery to finish things off. 4 overs gone, 20 without a loss. Bangladesh under 19, and they need only 189 runs to win this match. So it's been not that much bat on, a bit tricky. If you could just get along that character of the pitch, you need to bat a bit late of the spinners especially, and just got rid of those extra bounces what just Roshan Pillai had on against Rizwan and Siddiq. So you could see, yeah, the parents are enjoying that view from the very top of the stadium. You could see Roshan Pillai's father right in the middle. What a shot it is! Cover drive, and the ball is passing away and just won the race. It's about been superbly placed. What a shot, what a gap it was from Adil Siddiq. He is in song.
Yeah, beautiful shot. I think even in the last over we've seen a few good shots, but this time it's another one of the back foot. And the thing about Siddiq we've noticed so far is his balance. He's really good, maintaining it off the back foot.
Onto his foot, right, standalone shot, Shanu.
And that's what he did to play the rising delivery. So he moves on to 16 this time. It's much more circumspect. Doesn't want to play any extravagant shots here. Bangladesh are off to a solid start here. 24 without loss from 4.2 overs. And like I said, the lack of pace from Oliver Whitehead and Roshan Pillai, and the Bangladeshi batters are feasting on it, because there are plenty of dot balls, but there are deliveries as well, from which they are getting full toll. And at this moment, Bangladesh will be happy with this start. I'm not sure how things play when the spinners come on, but right now, the bowling doesn't look too threatening. Onto the leg side, one more run should be taken, and as we notice that Bangladesh batting lineup is pretty long, so they can afford to take their time and build partnerships. But even if they lose wickets, they'll have plenty of left, because we've seen Rafi and Rabbi, they can bat, and both of these players, they will be player of the tournament contenders.
Absolutely, because they have good recall with the ball and with the bat. So definitely a brilliant one. Again, played and miss. Had that in
Series which has been fought very hard between two teams that want to play cricket to the fullest and want to give it their all. And speaking of giving it their all, this one's lofted, one bounce, and it goes for a boundary. So Siddiq, just like that, he's continuing and he moves on to 21. One by one, they're getting those runs. 33 for no loss, Bangladesh under 19.
Stunning Siddiq so far. What a shot it was. Standalone shot again. Let's see the replay. What a straight drive to play about and just clearing the fence. A bit of half volley there, and he just hammered that shot away again. Only a bounce for a boundary. Rumashan Pillay feeling the hit of getting away with those looseners. He's just trying to mix things up for Siddiq and Rizwan. Not that much bowling left for South Africa, and they're trying to have those wickets. They need to be very much aggressive. No sleeps apart from the first one, and another so easy single been taken by Siddiq, and they're playing their shots all around the park and just getting those singles and doubles so easily. So far, so good for Bangladesh. It's a flying start, you have to say, because South Africa were 31 for 2 on their 10th over, and now Bangladesh scored 3 runs more in half a way. So definitely a flying start.
Worry for the South African under-19 team captain, and wonderfully hit this time through the covers by Rizwan. He sees Siddiq playing a few good shots and he wants to get in on the act. Beautifully played. And once again, we're seeing some very lovely playing on the up by the two Bangladesh batters. This ball was rising and he played it on the up, and he played it very nicely to control it. And that's another boundary in this over. So South Africa under 19 are leaking boundaries here, and the captain, Juan James, for the day, he will have to make a decision as to whether to continue with these two bowlers or make a change, because there are bowling options. Most of them are slow bowling options, and as we've said at the very beginning, that South Africa will be missing their two premier fast bowlers, Tristan Lees and Kwena Mapaka, and it's showing in the opening exchanges in the second innings, where South Africa are falling behind due to a lack of raw pace and penetration. Rizwan, he's on 13 from 16. Pillay to continue. He's conceded 2 boundaries already. That's much better. Bangladesh's 2 batters, they really haven't been troubled that much. They've managed to control things very nicely, get the team off to a solid start. And right now, you have to say that they're favorites to win the match from here on in, given the amount of batting that the hosts have left.
Absolutely, Shanur. Completely agree with you. And they have just put away that slip fielder, having a bit tighter fielding side in the offside. Vehicle and delivery, it was outside off and dagged in nicely to that point region for a dot. So sensible batting all along from these 2 openers, Rizwan and Siddiq. They're
a bit
playing
of
the
sloppiness,
shots.
a bit of sloppiness there from the South
And the
Africans.
loose delivery so far, Shanur.
It's actually on the field, because if you notice, the captain, Juan James, is fielding at point. So he decided to throw the ball at the non-striker's end towards the bowler. The bowler wasn't backing up, and it had to be taken by Seletswana. And then Seletswana made another throw, and that wasn't picked up by the bowler, Pillay. So they're a little frustrated. They're getting a little tetchy here, because they know that Bangladesh are off to a great start. And speaking of which, this time it's down the leg side, it's wide. So there is a bit of frustration creeping up onto the South African bowlers and also the fielders. You can tell it in the body language, because the shoulders are dropping just a little bit, and the Bangladesh batters, they look in imperious and ominous form right now.
Pillay is looking just to mix up his things very much, because he was just bowling that outside leg delivery and was trying to capitalize that backward square leg fielder has been cut away shortly through that deep backward square leg for Rizwan and Siddiq. Tried that slower deliveries, tried to have that trap for Rizwan so that he could check his shot and just check his shot rightly there to the backward square leg fielder. But he's not just bowling according to the field setups. Again, outside off. If you are tending to bowl outside off, you need to have those good length or at least back of length deliveries with some extra swings or at least some sort of movement from the ball to have the straightforward catch to point, or cover region because you have the jam-packed fielding setup. So another over's done. 38 without loss. Bangladesh 170 runs request now of 264 deliveries. So it should be a piece of cake from here because 10 wickets in hand, long batting lineup there, not that much bowling depth from South Africa, especially with the 5th or 6th bowling option right there, that who could bowl that overs to just got through that mid-overs phase. So definitely a huge chance for the Tigers, the junior Tigers, to win this series from here 3-2.
Yeah, and as you can see, a bowling change is coming up for South Africa. We
Obvious
just
it
spoke
was.
about it, that they needed to change things up, and the captain, he's seen enough after the first 6 overs. He wants a bowling change. Liam Alder, you were just alluding to him being an option for the South Africans, and it remains to be seen how he does with the ball, as Bangladesh under-19 have gotten off to a very good start. And this partnership, it's building along very nicely. 39 runs from just 36 deliveries. There you see the Bangladesh under-19 team physio. So they've got a very star-studded lineup, in fact, Bangladesh under-19 team, because Stuart Law, he's the head coach. The batting coach is Wasim Jafar, selector, former national team cricketer Hannan Sharkar. So Bangladesh under-19 team is set up very nicely, and as you can see, the South Africans getting a bit excited as soon as Liam Alder comes on to bat. In fact, it comes on to bowl, and you can see that the batting will have to be a bit different against spin bowling. Siddiqui's on strike. There is a slip there, playing it off the back foot, playing it late. That's something that he's done very well in this innings. He's very good off his back foot, Adil Siddiq. And Rizwan, we've seen him partner Siddiq very nicely as well. One of these batters, do you think they might also stand a chance to become the player of the tournament?
Absolutely, especially with Rizwan, scored few runs for his teams, and Adil Siddiqui as well. They gave Bangladesh a good start, a solid start, but I think Rafi has been played so beautifully, and he has yet to have that innings in this run chase, so definitely it's a bit of tough competition for these two, but who knows, one of those 50s from this match and at least a 70 or 80 plus innings will definitely be an upper hand from here for being the man of the series, I guess, in this match and for the whole tournament. Down the track, but couldn't just hold his shot. It was just misguided and mistimed. Had an edge, and backward point fielder took a catch very easily. Regulation catch there at the backward point, and the first scalp there for Bangladesh. Not a timely shot. You were talking about the man of the series one, but definitely Rizwan missed that opportunity. No need of that. Alder is their premium bowler, premium spin bowler, and against him, he was just playing recklessly. 13 of 21 Rizwan. That all Rizwan could score in this final match of the series, and very, very unlucky one for Bangladesh. The first wicket down, and it's not a good time to lose the first one, but it's a good time to welcome Tausif Kabir again with the mic.
Thank you so much, Prantor. But it's not a pleasing scenario for Bangladesh yet. They had a very good start. It's a elastic start, we can say. 40 just losing a single piece of wicket. But I think these two batters needed to settle down more. They need to hold their nerves a bit more.
Against Alder, you need to have that nerve to keep going because he has been their premium spin bowler. Definitely, he had some plans. And look at the wicket; it's a perfect trap for him.
Exactly, and as the day is passing by, the wicket is losing its grass and the cracks are more visible. So definitely the spinners will get an extra advantage right now. But I think the batters needed to hold their nerves. They are going good, they are on the song. So they should focus and get that things in the mind that we can't hit each and every ball for the boundary, or each and every ball is not for playing any kind of shots. We need to focus on strike rotation in some extent. We need to place the ball into the gaps and go for the singles and doubles so that the pressure remains on the opponent. Anyways, one wicket has been lost by Bangladesh under 19. 40 has been the score so far. The new batter Rizan Hossain, who has done an excellent job with the ball, will now face Liam Elder. My apologies. And it's a solid defend. No run from the last delivery.
Absolutely. It's a time to settle down a bit. Again, a bit walking down the track. Try to just desire Alder a bit with his line and length, but it just didn't work enough for a dot. 7 overs gone, 40 for 1. Look at the crowd. They are just coming in numbers, trying to cheer up their team, and their team is pretty much on the upper hand, though losing a wicket. Not giving a good message to them, but still they believe, and definitely something good could happen if they can have those nerves in the final matches. We have seen so many final matches just losing for a cause, just losing for that much near about margins, that much barest margin. So you can't just guarantee our young Tigers also to win matches from here, but it's the process to start about, as we are interviewing Hasibur Shanto, the former fast bowler, the former bowling coach of Bangladesh under 19 team winning batch 2020, and now the present selector of this side. So you could see Romashan Pillai there, the parents, the father of Romashan Pillai, just standing in middle of that, looking at the match as the perfect place to look after all the things, to look after your boy. And that's a charming sight in any match, in any sort of cricket history, that your parents are just applauding for you, cheering for you. Single from the onside to start the 8th over. Rizan Hossain just join with Adil Siddiq. Adil has a good start. You need to capitalize, Tausif, this score.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the South Africans has a bit of an edge right now, as the way Bangladeshi batters were batting at the very first, from the very first ball of the game. They were very aggressive. Right now, they have been able to break the momentum, and now they will be eagerly wanting to carry that momentum. So this time it's a leg glance into the leg side, and we'll go for a single. So I was talking about the momentum, and I think right now the South African captain, Juan James, definitely will be thinking of picking up some more wickets. As we know, the batting lineup of Bangladesh is a bit of a prolonged towards to the down the order. So definitely picking up some early wickets will do the trick.
Flighted, a low full toss down leg, and he missed that shot. He knew that it was a dolly from Sifa Potsoane, so it could have been just hammered away at any side of the park, but he just missed that opportunity to go big. What an opportunity for him. Again, it's flighted, was there, slogged it nicely, 1, 2, and 3 bounces for a boundary. What a shot. He missed that, the first one, at the lower part, outside leg, but now it was straight back onto his pads, went in the position and slogged it beautifully through that deep backward square leg for a boundary.
Precisely, but poor bowling display from Sifa Potsoane, because he just did the same delivery in the previous one, and again doing it same. The batsman will not make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, the plan was there because there were few fielders over there as the short mid wicket or that sort of fielders at the square leg at the deeper position. So if they had an edge, they need to take risk, and they have to, because the total is very much small. For that reason, I think Folsuane was playing with the mind of Siddiq, but Siddiq just trumped back him and played beautifully through that full-faced bat speed for a boundary. Ice cool defense, a dot.
Exactly. Right now, Bangladesh is trying to get a bit of settle down and to finish up the power play over. 2 more overs to go after this over, and they will be eyeing at least for 60 runs. But the South Africans are giving a bit of a hard time to the Bangladeshi batters. Dot ball to finish up the over after 8 overs, 46 for 1, Bangladesh. Adil Siddiq, he was in a danger mode just a couple of overs back. 24 deliveries, 28 runs. So he is targeting the bowlers. He is going for the big shots. Well, you will have to go for the big shots in the power play. At least for the first 10 overs, you will have to put as much as run you can do.
Definitely a lead cut outside off. And he is the most dangerous batters, dangerous openers in this side, because if he gets along, he will get along to a big score. Standing right there with the open stance, using his footwork tremendously well. So a complete package might have been there in face of Siddiq. So he is the key here to take on the charge against him. Though Rizan is on strike, has been the pick of the bowlers for Bangladesh Tausif, because he took 3 wickets in the previous match. In this match, 2 wickets, so definitely coming late a bit in this side, in the squad for this series, and making a mark. Definitely is a very pumping up, encouraging one for Rizan.
Without a doubt. And the way Rizan has performed throughout the series, it's just amazing. This time, drives, and there's a filter in the short cover, so there will be no run. And Liam Alder, he will be continuing and in search of a wicket. He needs to take this wicket. It's another back foot punch, another dot ball. So dot balls are also helpful for the South African side to create the pressure. And when a batter is going on such a good note and starts to play the dot balls, definitely an invisible pressure creates, and when he will go for the big shots, he will make a mistake.
Last ball, straight back to the bowler. And no runs been offered, 9 overs gone, 47 for 1. Bangladesh under 19. Yes, say hi to the crowds. Expected one, though it's a weekday. But still, whenever Bangladesh plays cricket, they all love to play. They all love to play at their backyard, at their rooftops, and all along just cheer about for Bangladesh winning any sort of match, whether it's Bangladesh women's match, whether it's Indian Tigers match, or whether it's under 19. So this is the batting card. Adil still there, 28 of 27. Rizan Hussain, 2 of 6, just came. Rizwan, the only man departs of 13, unlucky one.
Exactly. Sifo Zane, he's continuing. And it's a good drive, but the bowler has given a good effort to stop that ball by restricting the single as well. We were talking about creating dot balls, and I think South Africa has gone for that strategy, but they need to look for wickets because the total is not that big. If you go for the dot ball strategy, definitely at the end of the day, at the end part of the game, the batter will go for big shots, and they might get a chance to win the match. But if you take particularly wickets on a regular basis, on a regular gap, then you get a slight chance to play it. And don't forget 211 is not a bad total.
Yes, in this pitch, definitely could pose a threat to Bangladesh run chase. As I was talking about, it's a greenish pitch, but it's very good for batting. Have some slight rough patches, rough green patches over there. But as time will go on, it might have been get a bit slower, trickier to bat on, and for that reason, Bangladesh needs to score those runs very much early. I think 30 to 40 overs, if they could score 180 plus, that will be enough for them. Shuffling across the off stump line and play a solid defense to block that ball of Sifa Fotsoane. Fotsoane coming round the wicket, same as Liam Alder, but what makes him different, Tausif, that Sifa Fotsoane just had a lower action. Just he tried to lower up his head and just drag that ball around. And on the other hand, Liam Alder, using his height issue and using his height advantage, he just have that perfect ball to bowl. Top run scorer, David Tigger, 5 matches, 205 runs in the series. Luhan Dre Pretorius, 5 innings, 143 runs, but Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, 136 runs in 4 innings, so he will definitely have some time to get over them.
Exactly, 10 overs has been played so far. That means that's the end of power play. And Bangladesh was being able to secure 48 runs on losing of just 1 wicket. Liam Alder, he's continuing this time, a lofted shot, but there was a fielder, he gathers it. Another strike for the South Africans. The 2nd wicket falls for Bangladesh.
Miserable. So many miserable things could happen with you, but this is the most miserable and bizarre one. There was no need to have a bizarre shot over there. You have a start, you have time to go on and on, but at the same time, you need to just score runs with singles and doubles, so why not you were just going with those shots? And it was again a perfect trap from Liam Alder, because he was watching him playing very much indifferently at the out of the off stump line, and he made that mistake.
Exactly, and I was also mentioning about the dot balls. Rizwan Hussain has played almost 11 deliveries, being able to score only 3 runs. That means the pressure was building on him. He was actually eyeing to get a run and gone for the big shot, but it hits the toe part. And the fielder was there ready, had a bit of a fumble. Well, it was try, and then, oh, okay, I will get it. And he was like, well, I'm relieved right now. I have been able to get the catch.
2 wickets down now. Ariful Islam, the new man in, the star with the ball and bat in this series. Strong contender, along with Rafi there, to take that prizes. And you could see some unwanted visitors over there. And you could see that they're watching both of the views and the stadium's match also. So this is the prize. This is the trophy they are playing for. I guess the man of the series trophy and one of the match trophy are right along with that. Yes, the winner one. It's pretty much big and silverish look. Straight delivery again from Alder. A hint of turn away from the batter, but just blocked it beautifully. So yes, these are the beautiful trophies. In the middle one, the winner of this Youth ODI series. And the other ones, I guess, from the match and from the series. Driven nicely, 2 extra cover. No need to run for that. It's a boundary. Brilliantly played, Ariful Islam. This is the way, I think, to open your count.
Well, he tried to go for the fuller delivery. Instead of that, it turned out to be a low full toss. And Ariful Islam makes the maximum out of it. Plays the ball perfectly into the cover region. So it's just amazingly gets the 4 runs. Poor delivery and gets the punish. Here he goes with the next delivery. And Ariful Islam is again on strikes. Flicks it to the leg side. There will be no run. It's a dot delivery. In fact, by having the last boundary, Bangladesh moves on to the team 50. It's 52 for 2. 10.3 overs has been played so far. Yes. Oh, that was a beautiful delivery. It was a beautiful delivery. It was thick edge, but it's edge enough to get a boundary. And in 5 runs, it's a 4 and a wide, I guess. But it's a by 4, in fact. My apologies. And, yep, the score moves on. Ariful gets a lucky boundary here.
Completely. It was totally a lucky one for Ariful Islam. Is a by one and it missed all the things, the bat, the gloves, and the stumps over there, and even the pad couldn't just harm it at all. But otherwise, you could have been just trapped in front of your wicket. So Alder, just analyzing Alder's bowling action is right very smooth, releasing the pressure very bit early, had some quickers in the air and just could utilize the atmospheric combination well. So definitely for South Africa in subcontinent areas, Alder might have been so much potential.
Well, precisely, and Bangladesh now needs 155 runs from 235 balls. Well, today is in the very first beginning of the match. Bangladesh won the toss and elected to bowl first. They have been able to restrict South Africa within 210 runs. The target sets for 211. And now, it's all about the batters. They need to chase it down in order to win this match. In fact, to win this series, they had a very good start. Bangladesh needs to make the maximum capitalization over this.
No doubt about that. Bowled it nicely, tried that sweep shot, down on his knees. Another one, Sifa Fotswane, just playing with the mind of the batters, allowing himself to go through, to go past through that deep mid-wicket or squalid region. And that's why he has been maintaining the channel very well, not losing his mind, not going back to his second or third options even. So you just haven't seen any sort of that.
Exactly. Sifa Fotsane, he's trying to pitch the ball in the middle and leg stump and get a bit of a turn. But I think he needs to get a bit of a short, just a fraction of short deliveries. It will play the trick for him. This time he does, he cuts it well, but there's a fielder in the inner circle. So no run for the Bangladeshis at this moment. They had a very good start. We were mentioning Pranto, but initially South Africa has done a bit of a mistake as well. I think they go for the too many short balls, as well as when they try to create a bit of a fuller length deliveries with a kind of in-swing or out-swing, they missed it as well. And Bangladesh successfully managed to capitalize all those mistakes for their favor.
And from the very beginning, you could see that they have been checking their shots, playing their shots all around the ground. Again, a bit fuller flight it was, and a perfect armor. So again, a dot delivery.
Exactly. And dot balls create pressure. We have seen Rizan Hussain. He got out by playing too many dot balls, creating pressure on himself. Sifa Fotsane on his very last delivery of this over. It's down the leg, definitely wide, and they will go for another run. That means 2 runs will come from this over and a bonus delivery. An extra delivery will have to ball to Sifa Fotsane.
Absolutely no need of that, Tashf. And no need of absolutely to go through along all the shots you were checking along. And if you could bowl that outside leg line, you could bowl just have that corridor of uncertainty also for the batter, just light outside off, pushed him to play his shots along through that gully region or third man region, put them up. So definitely after so many times, it won't be that much bearable to keep the score ticking on. So definitely a tough situation incoming for South Africa. 12 gone, 60 for 2.
Well, it's Adil and the batter who is on strike right now.
Ariful Islam.
Yes, Adil Siddiq and Ariful Islam. These two batters are on the crease, and Liam Elder, he is continuing. 2 wickets has already been taken by him, just conceding 6 runs. That's a brilliant bowling display. He needs to go for a couple of more wickets. If from this situation Bangladesh loses 2 more wickets, definitely they will be in a deep trouble.
Alder continuing on, a flight of delivery. About to be a fuller one, driven just firmly for a dot. So Alder's overs, Alder's spell is very, very crucial in this match, in this final, to win. Straight back with the straight bat. The defense has been good so far, and you all were asking that we just can't defend it very well. You need to be very much calculative of defending such shots, or whether you could just get along with this shot again and again. Again a flyer. So flight deliveries are nowadays very much common from the spinners, especially with the unorthodox spinners or orthodox spinners. So definitely they would like to have those balls just elude the batters time to time.
Precisely. And 2 more deliveries to go. That's another slower kind of delivery with a bit of a flight. And the batter has been able to judge it very quickly and defended it. But you were mentioning about the slower deliveries, the flights, and as well as about the batters. The required run rate has come down to the 4.8 when once it was like around 6 and 5.7. So South Africa, I think, is doing good. The current run rate is 4.62 and the required run rate is 4.8. Definitely, they are trying their best to restrict Bangladesh. End of the 13th over, 60 for 2 Bangladesh.
So this is the card, the summary card of South Africa under 19 and Bangladesh under 19. So 210 for 10, South Africa and Bangladesh 60 for 2 so far within 13th over. Adil still there, 30 of 37. So it's been a steady run chase so far. Fuller lane deliveries had an edge, but lucky enough to get past to that department region. The outfield is so fast, Tausif. It was just traveling away. But at the very last moment, Tiba Gazidi just closed that apart for only a couple of runs.
So true. And there was a bit of a drizzle and a bit of shower, we should say. The outfield, it's pretty neat, it's pretty quick, and it's just so ready for the game. This time, bouncing down the wicket, lofted on drive. It's a beautiful shot for a maximum, and it goes all the way for 6, clearing the mid-on.
What a shot it was. It's been hammered away. Ariful Islam with the bat. Look at the shot. Down the track, it was Fuller. Flighted one. He just utilized the pace of the ball and just hammered away again to that long on, to whitish long on region for 6. Crowds must be elated. What a shot it was. 68 for 2.
Well, the next delivery from Sifo Sane. Let's see what he does. It was a lofted short attempt, first we thought, but then the batter makes his nerve cool and calm and said, okay, I will go for the on drive.
I think the batter needs to have a good attacking mindset, but he also needs to understand when he will have to step down, and that has been done fantastically from Ariful Islam. It's Adil Siddiq again on the leg side, and it passes out the mid-on player, and easy single for the Bangladeshi side.
Yes, absolutely. So this will count definitely 2-6-1-1. So 10 runs in this over. So you may have that luxury to stay back with only singles, or not just keeping anything in mind, anything extras.
Exactly.
Fifth ball coming up, no slips there. Flighted again, straight batted on drive for another single from that whitish long on region. So far so good for Bangladesh. They have got a flying start though. So from here on, just need to be quiet and calm to play basic cricket and to just get this series.
This time it was a bit uppish, and a good diving effort from the fielder. Anyways, the dot ball to finish up the over after 14 overs, 71 for 2 Bangladesh.
There was a bright sunny day before, but now it's totally overcast condition. A bit 50% of overcloud there, and 50% is a good right side. You could see the white clouds, you could find the black clouds a bit, and a part of the sky is blue. No chance of rain, but still the weather forecast predicts a rain, a shower, a drizzles there around 3 to 3 o'clock.
It's a shorter part of the shot, and it's guided beautifully towards to the third man. The ball will win the race. Well, the umpires might have a look whether it's a rope touch or not, but I guess it's safe, and 2 runs will be counted here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check it around. Late most cut. The fielder was a bit in square position, and he traced it till the very last moment for stopping the ball of getting past that boundary line. Yes, signaled it's safe.
Again a flighted delivery. This time goes for a gentle push towards to the onside. No run has been taken so far. In fact, in the last delivery, 3 runs were done by these 2 batters. And this batting pair is looking pretty solid right now. Ariful Islam is on to his 17, and Adil Siddiq is on 32. So they are going with a full-fledged confident mode. They are focusing, they are trying to keep the momentum with themselves.
But they need to be very much consistent, Tausif, because from here on, if you could find the loose deliveries, you could also find the way to gift your opponent your wickets. So definitely tough challenges coming in front of them. Again down the track, hit away for the long on region for a single.
Precisely. 2 more deliveries to go of this over. Bangladesh 76 for 2. They have been able to achieve what they are looking for. This time a low full toss, it's a drive, beautiful cover drive, it's in the gap, and the ball will win the race for a boundary. Another 4 from Adil Siddiq.
Beautifully driven shot, just outside off stick. Just had a low full toss down there. Let's see the reply. And the replay clearly showed the sheer performance, the sheer shot selection from the batter to get it past through a boundary line. What a shot. Utilized the pace from the spinner, utilized his low full toss, and guided it beautifully by Adil Siddiq. 36 of 42. Again a bit fumble, but that does not only harming the batter or bowler. So another over was done. 15 gone, 80 for 2. Bangladesh under 19.
15 over has been played so far. 80 runs has been able to achieve by the Bangladeshi batters. 2 wickets they have lost. It was Rizwan and Rizan Hussain. Both the wickets were taken by Liam Alder. His bowling display has been beautiful so far, but right now the Bangladeshi batters are punching them back. Oliver Whitehead, 3 overs, 22 runs, don't have been able to gather any wickets. Only 2 wickets have fallen for Bangladesh, and both of them were taken by Liam Alder. And there will be a bowling change from the South African side. The captain himself will be on the bowling attack. Juan James is going on the wicket for the Bangladeshi batter, Ariful Islam. It's dancing down the wicket on drive. It's a powerful punch, and the ball raced for the boundaries, and it's a 4. Beautifully driven towards to the onside. Picked up the length beautifully, judged it, and it was a predetermined shot, we can say. He picked up the gap as well. The start hasn't been well for Juan James. Conceded a boundary on his very first delivery of this innings. This time another low full toss again, and drive from the batter, and will exchange their end by taking a single. Score is 85 so far, and Bangladesh is still holding their grip of this game.
Absolutely. 16th over, already 85 on board. Round the wicket for Juan James as the last try for him. I guess all the bowlers have been picked up within this 16th over. A solid defense from Adil Siddiq of that loose and flighted delivery again. Quicker a bit, flicked nicely through the squarish position, but only for a single though. They have been dealing nicely so far, and this partnership definitely working on for Bangladesh. Ariful Islam and Adil Siddiq, they're playing around the all part and playing through those gaps, leaking singles and doubles more than those boundaries from looseners. So definitely only a boundary in an over, and then a couple of runs, and then a perfect stop. And what a cheeky single there. And that overthrow would have been, but it was just backed up nicely. So another run. So these cheeky singles are definitely working on for Bangladesh. They have been using the tight fielding setups that loosen a bit through that off and leg side. Look at the fielding side. Last ball. Driven nicely through that super cover region for a single. So I was taking Tausif that they are using those short end placements to have those cheeky singles to keep the scoreboard ticking on and on. 16th over, 88 for 2. So not that much in a hurry from here to complete that 50 overs mark, to chase this down. I think 35 to 40 overs will be enough for chasing this total if they could use this pace to go along. Here's the Bangladeshi players. Borenno, the keeper, Rabbi, captain, after Harar, Adil Siddiq, Ariful Islam, Borshon, Naim, Rafi, Rizan Hussain, Rizwan, Shihab James, and Wasi. So plenty of batting left here from Bangladesh.
Exactly, and if we look at the South African side, it's Benjamin, Juan James, the captain, David Tigger, Jonathan Van Zyl, Liam Alder, Oliver Whitehead, Pretorius, Richard, Romeshan Pillai, Sifo Fotsane, and Tibeti Gazide. So definitely the young guns who are going to represent their team, the national team, in the upcoming World Cup. And they need to start from there.
Absolutely.
Actually, they need to find the best combination, and that's why these bilateral series are very important, to find out the best combination for the team.
And to grow that groove along, to go to a bigger tournament, to ICC tournament from here on, and to winning from that note You need to perform well. You need to perform to attract the attention of the world here. That we are that cricket playing nation, cricket crazy nation. Wherever the game is, the crowd will be there, the management is there, and all the backing staffs are also there. As this live telecast has been broadcasted by Cloud Live in accordance and the overall coordination from Bangladesh Cricket Board, the BCB. You have been watching this live telecast also through that BCB YouTube channel, driven nicely. Point will cut it off for another single to start on. And I was saying that you need to spread this craze of cricket among every districts, among every divisions, thanas, wherever you can find fresh talents, young talents like Rafi, Shihab James, or Rafiuz Zaman. Yeah, I was talking about him. So Rizan is also there, a bit wide, definitely being called. So Shanto, Hasibur Hossain Shanto was also talking about the young talents like Ariful Islam, Adil bin Siddiq, Rizan, Shihab James, and definitely Rabbi Rafi, those two pacers and those two spinners. And along with that, Borshon, the pace department sensation, is there also to take a part. So this is the perfect stage for this sort of cricketers to move along with their performances.
Precisely, this time short apart, and he guides it well towards the point. Shorter than delivery, and picks up a single. 3 runs so far in this over. Whitehead is going for the shorter deliveries along with the pace. Instead of that, he should try to get the balls in a bit of a outswing or the in-swinger in the off-stump channel or in the middle stump channel from the good length. A bit of a rising delivery, that will do the trick. But he's going for the shorter part and trying too hard. And that's why he's not being able to get those kind of wickets. Again, he cuts the ball and it will go for a single.
Living dangerously, I must say, both of them, Ariful Islam and Adil Siddiqui. Why I'm talking about that? Because you are being targeted through that off-stump line, wide across that off-stump line, and you are being forced to play shots over there, those cuts or cover drives. You have a fielder at the point region to take those catches. Right before that, couple of bounces before him, one bounces before him, and again that outside off region, just a hint of movement from Oli Whitehead, had on thick edge, and that thick edge went across to that deep Thurman region for only a single. So why I'm telling you that? Because it could be a trap of playing you outside off and let you to free your arms and finally got your wicket. So let's see how long Bangladeshi batters just trump the South Africans.
Well, it's a late cut, but there's a fielder in the third man. So 1 run will be taken from this ball. Well, the field setup is a kind of an interesting, if I say, Prantor. There is one square leg, and the fine leg is in the deeper position, as well as if we look at the offside, we'll see the deep point is there. And 2 of the fielders are on the offside, and the third man has been called in a shorter position. So definitely they are going for the shorter deliveries. It's quite clear that they are eyeing to get a shorter delivery and get a thick part of the bat to get a catch. Well, that was it, the dot ball to finish up the over. It's 91 for 2, Bangladesh.
With that, drinks will be introduced into the ground, and we're just coming back from a short break where Bangladesh needs 117 runs from 198 deliveries.
So the 17th over has been played so far. It's the first delivery of the 18th over. It's a bit of a shorter length. The batter cuts it down, cuts it nicely to the deep point. And the batters exchange their ends by taking a single. And the score ticks on to 94. Bangladesh is in a very good position right now, just losing 2 wickets. The partnership moves on to 47, just playing 43 deliveries. Yet so far, Ariful Islam, he has been fantastic. 22 for 26, and as well as the Adil Siddiq, 50 deliveries has been faced so far, scoring 42 runs. This time cuts it hard, but there's a fielder in the deep point region, so only a single would be taken. South Africans are trying to create a pressure by conceding dot balls from the Bangladeshis' end, but they need to pick up wickets. They need to pick wickets as early as they can. At least 3 wickets from here will give them a hope to get back into the match. Sifofot Sane hasn't been able to get a wicket, conceded 25 runs in his spell so far. The current run rate has also been increased for the last couple of overs. It's 5.49 right now. This time of stump region, and again a gentle push to the leg side, and they complete the single. The target is 211. The required run rate has dropped down to 3.11. So Bangladeshi batters are doing a fantastic job. They have hold their horses of this match. Adil Siddiq, he's on 43, definitely will be eyeing for the 50. It's a beautiful sweep shot, it will clear the fine leg, and it does. A beautifully driven shot, sweep shot for the 4. He waited till the last moment to play the shot. And by this boundary, the 18th over has been completed. 102 for 2 Bangladesh. Eighteen overs gone, 102 for 2 Bangladesh. The 19th over will be conducted